Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa. This is Spring 2023 and we have just started our first last week. That doesn't make sense, but ultimately we have seen a lot of action yesterday and we're already into day number 2 where we expect a lot more action to continue. My name is Proxy. I'm joined here with Crowns, first time casting with the man, and we've already had such a treat worth of games.
Yeah, I feel like these teams were like, you know what, let us make you guys have like an entire blast the instance you start. And what better way to do it than on the final phase of the PUBG Mobile Pro League?
This is where they really need to push the gauntlet. They need to get themselves into the finals, and this is the last week they can get any points to make that happen on the overall standings. And of course, get their share of that last week's worth of bonus points and the overall bonus points. So there's a lot at stake here, but let's take a look at the format so we can just make sense of what we've just spoken of and give you guys a bit of a better idea. By now, I think most of the teams should be used to this format. We already started it in the previous season. The viewers are pretty used to it, but Crowns, take us through it. What are some of your favorite points of this format?
Well, my favorite point is the fact that there's no super weekends. You know, there's no lucky getting into that finals. You have to work hard to make it into the finals, and I think that is one very big thing that we're beginning to see. Top 16 teams would advance to the finals, which is something that we know it's bound to happen. But how they're gonna do it is what we really love to see. And then that head starts that they get based off of their league performance heading into the finals is something I'm keeping my eye off. And when the finals is done, we want to know what top teams would be going towards that PMPL regional championships.
Absolutely. And before we get that, we obviously do need to go through this week's proceedings and see who's going to be our 12 teams to get themselves into VIKHVND for some of those fantastic VIKHVND challenges. But we've talked about the format. We've talked about these bonus points, and what? How do you get these bonus points? How do you get yourself into a position where you can actually go into the finals? That is, of course, by utilizing the point system, which has already gone through a change for this year's worth of proceedings. PUBG Mobile was already on that trend with a very aggressive meta coming forward, and now the point system change right on top of it has just solidified these teams need to be aggressive. These teams need to start engagements. So, Crowns, take us through the point system.
Point system not going to be the best, but we love it. Actually, not going to be the best in terms of trying to camp to win, but it is the best when it comes to showing us how aggressive and how much you know how to play this game. This is a well balanced point system where we got 10 points for first place, trickles down to 6 points for finishing in second place. Third place, you're going to get that 5 points. Fourth place is 4. And I feel like fourth place getting 4 points is kind of interesting. But yeah, one elimination would guarantee you 1 point, and if you end up anywhere below the top 8, you will be going home with 0 points coming through from placements.
And of course, those eliminations have made their marker. These teams have been aggressive. These teams have been picking up majority of their points through eliminations because, as you said, camping out just isn't the same anymore. You really can't capitalize or just focus on only placements. And that's been the trend for a while, but now we've just shut it down completely. And so far from what we've seen, the teams have done pretty well at adapting to these more aggressive plays. We've also seen some really cheeky teams like Wave Esports stealing away those winner chicken dinners at the last possible second to secure them as many points as possible, as they might be a team that might not be as aggressive, so they have to find points in other ways. But of course, we've also mentioned something about these bonus points. Taking points into the finals? What's that about? We can take a look and see what these teams can actually do and how many points they can get awarded per week, per phase, and at the end of all 4 phases they get an extra helping. So a maximum of 4 times the bonus points. We've already awarded 2 weeks worth, and we have 2 more sets of bonus points left. Isn't that right, Crowns?
Yes, sir. We're challenging the teams to see if we're going to find any team to get 80 bonus points. But given the way these teams have been playing, it's almost so clear that you cannot just have a straight run for the whole 3 weeks heading into this tournament. 20 points for the bonus. I feel like the bonus points more lenient than the regular point system, as we only see like a 1 point reduction going through from first to 20th. But because you're getting points regardless of being a 20, does not mean you shouldn't try to battle to make it up to the top, because only top 16 would be making it to the finals.
Yeah, none of these teams want a participation award. They definitely don't just want 1 point for a whole week's worth of trouble. They want a gun for that top 20. And I agree with you. We set the challenge at the beginning of PMPL Africa. Are we going to see a back to back winner with regards to the bonus points? Are we going to finally see one team dominating more than 1 week's worth of the charts? And so far, that hasn't really been a possibility. Triple Esports taking the first week, Titans taking the second week. And this week already, we have a bit of a question mark as to who's going to be the first team to lead right up to the top of the standings. But of course, bonus points done and dusted. Why are we here? Why are these teams here? There is something at stake here, and what is it? The prize pool for these teams has been set, and they are fighting for that prize of that extra bit of cash in the pocket, as well as the opportunities that lead after PMPL Africa. So let's go take a look first at that prize pool and see what these teams are fighting for.
Our teams are fighting to make it into the finals where they get to battle for the huge and the bigger chunk of that prize pool money. As we see, first place will be going on with $5,500. Second place with $3,500. With third place going on with 30. I was about to say $30,000, but it's actually
Imagine.
$3,000. Fourth place with 2,500. Fifth place, sixth place, seventh place, all will be going on with the same amount of money. And there's a couple of places you end up that you get to go home with the same amount of money, but still, we all know that 1 point could be what is separating you from walking home with $5,500 or $3,500.
Yeah, all the teams get a guaranteed $1,300 just for making it into PMPL Africa, but then there's two types of bonus rewards as well. Obviously, the MVP player is going to get an extra additional $1,000, and then there's something called Vikendi rewards, because yes, we have brought Vikendi back into the swing of things after many, many requests. It is finally back, and we have a few challenges to give these teams. If they want those rewards, they need to work for them. So let's go take a look at those Vikendi rewards and see what they're all about. And Crowns, we spoke about it briefly. We still don't have anyone picking up that crossbow.
Yeah, I already said this week is the week where these players are going to do this. I was about to say that, you know what, I'm going to actually start talking to these players. Which one of you is looking forward to going for that Robin Hood title? And, I would want to know. I feel like going into this week, that is when teams will pretty much know where they sit, in terms of the finals. And then they'll be a little bit more flexible as to, picking up guns, trying to go for the look at my style, looking for those, interesting clips. So that's something I'm keeping my eye out for going into this week's weekend games.
That's the hope. I mean, we've had such quiet weekend games. It seems like the teams have really been focusing on either the one man army challenge or the focus on elims, as well as the look at my style to some extent. I mean, we've seen a lot of vehicle rushes, a lot of grenades, but we haven't really seen anyone try and take on the pan just yet. So I'll have to wait and see at the end of this week who's really going to be getting their biggest share of the weekend rewards, and who hopefully will be running as a full squad of crossbows, because I personally think that would be terrifying. I
Uh,
would run away very
yeah,
quickly.
yeah, I think I would want to see a full squad with crossbows and pans. Two players holding a crossbow, two players holding
Yes.
the pans, and then they're chasing the last player out there in that map. I'm looking forward to seeing that kind of thing because, man, this is one thing that would really enjoy. These are things that lets you blow off some steam when we start to talk about how you're playing this game competitively.
And by that point, I mean, it would be the last map literally of this week. You kind of have secured your position already. We saw in the previous week, we only had one team take a different position after the Vikendi game, and that was literally just up by one position. It wasn't a massive, massive change in the overall standings, and that just seems to be how the teams are rolling in terms of those points. So if you have that opportunity, why not play for an extra bit of cash? Come on, we need these teams to showcase some new PRs or set some new records here, man. But Vigendi bonus points out of the way. Let's talk a little bit about the calendar. We've spoken about 2 weeks done and dusted. We're into our third week. And then obviously we are getting ready for that all important finals, isn't that right?
Yes, we've seen these groups change from week to week, and now we're heading into the final week. Maybe I was about to say the final switch, but maybe not the final switch of teams. Before you guarantee, the 16 teams going in. But yeah, the groups are switching every week. We have Mondays and Thursdays as rest days, where we get to go back, do some VODs, go for some reviews, try to get some things in check, and then come back in stronger force on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And trust me, this weekend being Easter, we know these teams are going to be hunting and gunning.
That's going to be the hope. I mean, they're even going to get themselves onto Vikendi, so some Easter eggs hunting would definitely be welcomed. After this weekend, of course, we give the teams a bit more time to prepare as we're going to be heading into the final gauntlet of PMPL Africa Spring 2023. So there's 4 days of preparation before that weekend of absolute fire and excitement. So the teams, they have the opportunity now. Let's just see who's going to be our top 16 to actually get themselves into the finals. And as mentioned, the groups, they change every single week. From week to week, we try and put these teams to the test. Some teams have an opportunity to stay in their group, but it does ultimately mean the next week they are not going to be that comfortable. So, with the maps changing, with the groups changing, these teams don't really get to work with the same schedule. They don't get used to the same schedule or the same players that they're always going to be going up against. So let's go take a look at those groups and what they're looking like for this week.
Yeah, we've already been seeing the changes coming through. Mo Esports does seem to be a team that has been enjoying the group split going through for this week. We did see them pulling up good performances yesterday. But anyway, Rad, Vista Gaming, and Titan Gaming, those will be the first 4 teams in Group A. We'll move over to Group B, where we've got Argold and Timeout Esports, Triple Esports, Blackjack Esports. In Group C, we've got the Vampires, the World of Battle, Greedy4Kills, URUS Esports, all in the same group. Group D, we've got the Mind Weapon, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and Black Hand with Group E. Group E, my goodness. Holding Wave Esports, TEAMLAG, Virtual Gaming Squad, and CRYPTICS.
It was bound to happen at some point, right?
Yeah.
You have to mess up some way, get it out of your system. But this is what the groups are looking like, and yes, we had quite a few surprising performances. Mo Esports stepping up yesterday, it was something that you and I definitely weren't expecting, but we welcomed it. It was so good to see them really just change up their playstyle completely and show a little bit more aggressive energy, which we do love to see from teams that have had a bit of a tougher time. I mean, this is really the point where they need to put on their absolute best performances and get as many points as they possibly can. And in terms of some of the other teams, Black Hand coming back yesterday as well, alongside Vista Gaming, really topping the charts. Those two are seemingly fighting for the top slot in this week. Whether or not that's going to be the same today as we head into the games, and whether or not other teams will be trying to fight for their potential top slot energy. But we'll see it. These teams have definitely been bringing the action. What are some of your favorite teams that have really stepped up this week?
Now, for this week, definitely Mo Esports would be one. Vista Gaming would be another team. Wave Esports, I wouldn't even say they've surprised me, or because they've pretty much been doing the same thing that we've known them to do going through from the first phase. But then I've just got to say, this week, going into today's games, actually, I think Titan Gaming are going to come back on their foot because, like I said, Titan Gaming is not a team that wants to sit back and start to lose some points.
Yeah, we were speaking about it yesterday. It felt weird to see them so quiet, so reserved. Whether or not it's, again, because they're doing something different or because the teams are doing something different, they will only know that answer themselves. But they can disprove that by making sure that today they put on their best performances and bring some good points home, because it's been a bit bare in the Titan camp. It's been a bit quiet. I don't like it. It's weird. But we've spoken a little bit about these fantastic teams. We also need to take a look at some of our fantastic sponsors that have been bringing us these opportunities time in and time out. Ultimately, none of this would be possible without Monster Energy, our official energy drink sponsor, who has been making sure these teams are well energized, ready to bring through the best possible PUBG mobile action. And yeah, I mean, big shout out to Monster Energy. Thank you so much. All right. We've spoken a little bit about all the formalities, but now we need to get into this week. We need to see what day one's performance was like and how those overall standings are looking like.
Yeah, we really want to see that one because Ah, in fact, we saw it closing yesterday, but I feel like it's just going to be very refreshing to see it again, and that is because of the teams that I have sitting on the top. With this idea of Mo Esports currently sitting, in sixth position, this is something that I like going into today's game. But before we trickle down to sixth position, we've got to talk about who's in first position. Vista Gaming pulling up with maximum consistency yesterday. Black Hand not quite letting them run away with it as they followed closely behind. And I was saying this yesterday. One elimination point is what makes Black Hand be in second position now and not in first position.
Yeah, they had some tough games towards the end of yesterday with the zone really just not working with them, or multiple teams trying to fight them off. And Vista hasn't really had that smashing performance that we've had sit here with our jaw drops, thinking, wow, who is this team? Where all of a sudden are they coming from? They've just been extremely consistent every single game, making sure that they're getting themselves into the top five with whatever points and eliminations they can find, and that's really and truly made the difference, as opposed to Black Hand, who picked up 2 winner chicken dinners yesterday. So it's a bit of a difference in style, but you can see so close on the overalls. I mean, they might as well just be twinning it. Looking at some of the rest of the teams, TEAMLAG, also such a surprising team to see on this side of things, and I'm hoping that's going to be a continuation for them. They've had some tough times, but they were just so much more consistent and more confident yesterday.
Yeah, and one thing I'm just going to point out for Team Lag is you cannot keep relying on that one pop-off game because it works at the early phases. But come day 3, day 4, one pop-off game is most likely not going to save you or skyrocket you into that top 8 position. So I would really like to see Team Lag start to put up some more performances. RUKH Esports is also another team that I like to see put up performance. And I'm saying this because going into the first week, RUKH Esports were putting better averages up on board, right? I'm talking about average points they're getting per game. We're seeing somewhere close to 8 or 9 points per game. But going into the rest of the phases, we've not really seen that RUKH Esports that we saw in week 1.
Yeah, they've been a bit quiet, and it's a bit bizarre to see because we were starting to compare them to the likes of your Triple Esports, your CRYPTICS, thinking that they're going to be the next big thing to take PMPL Africa and to take the top slots. But then it fell short just towards the end of that first weekend. So we'll see if they can get their momentum back. As we take a look at page 2, we know that we finished off 8th position with 25 points. So that's going to be the entryway going into the first game to try and get yourself onto the first page. But they're at only 1 point behind. As we trickle all the way down to 16th position, we can see 12 points sitting as they keep there for the second page. And on this side, I mean, Blackjack Esports, Triple Esports, Titans, so close in contention, only 3 points difference between those 3 teams. It's pretty bizarre to look at the statistics from the previous weeks to see these 3 grouped together.
Yeah, it's almost like of all the teams to see on this page, why is Titan and Triple Esports here? But at the end of the day, I keep saying it, do not fret, do not get too scared. We're still on the first day of this phase, which means there's still a whole lot of changes that could come through. So yeah, seeing Titan and Triple Esports here, I'm not really concerned at the moment. I'm still chill. Depending on how they play today, then I'll know if I'm going to turn up panic mode or I'm going to keep that dial down.
We'll have to wait and see what today's games are going to hold. We can take a look at the last page. Obviously, things are going to be looking a little bit more dire because we've only had 4 matches per group. So every team has only had those 4 opportunities to get some points. And you mentioned it yesterday, Virtual Gaming somehow, some way managing to at least not be in last place. They somehow, some way picked up those 4 points just in the nick of time. But ultimately, everyone on this side of things is going to be looking to turn up the heat today.
Yeah, I really hope they're able to crank up that dial, get themselves, all of these points that they need going into the games today. And that is one thing that, all of these teams would never would never seem to not, do.
So we've set the stage for this week. That was day 1's performance, and we know going into today, there is a few more opportunities for these teams, especially if they do like the idea of Miramar, because we have a very Miramar heavy day, as we can take a look at the map schedule to see what sort of gauntlet these teams are going to be running through. Now, in terms of the points, in terms of the opportunities that are still there, I would say that the gaps between teams is not too big. I mean, it's definitely easily achievable if you can bring in some consistency here. So with this map pool, do you think it's doable for all of these teams to bring in some good points, Crowns?
Yeah, I always say this on all the Miramar heavy days that this is a Titan day, right? This is a day for the Titans to start to show what they are made of, and to an extent, I'm looking forward to seeing Titan actually pull up these games. They wouldn't be present for the final Miramar game of the day because, as we know, as we go through all the maps, we're going to be excluding one of the groups, making them sit out for the map as we start over in Miramar. Group E sits out. Going into Sanhok, Group D will sit out. Going into Miramar again, Group C would sit out. In match 4, Group B would sit out of Erangel, the only one for the day. And then going into map 5, we're going to be seeing Group A sit out of that one.
Yeah, so teams in Group B and D, they are lucky they get all three of their helpings worth of Miramar. So I really hope they like Miramar because they're going to have to deal with a lot of that today, especially for teams. I mean, like as you've mentioned, Titans and Cryptics, we know they normally do bring in some fantastic performances, but now we're going to be looking at the likes of Black Hand, RUKH Esports, Blackjack, Triple. They have three helpings worth of Miramar, three opportunities that if that really is the map for them, then here it is. This is the day to gun it and get as many points as possible.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Blackjack Esports. We've already identified that they're one of those teams that are very good on the map of Miramar. We were saying it yesterday, we just want to see them close out the games more. So that's something we're keeping our eye out for. Now that they have the opportunity to play on the maps of Miramar, I'm pretty sure they would want to put that to the use. And given that one of the Miramars, they wouldn't have Titan Gaming, interrupting them, I think they should be good for chicken dinner at least today.
That is the hope, of course. But I mean, we also have to speak about some of the personal favorites of ours. I mean, some of the most surprising performances that we saw yesterday for Mo Esports to take out the likes of CRYPTICS. I think that was suddenly there was something for me there on towards Sanhok that I was like, oh, okay, all of a sudden we are not dealing with the same Mo Esports. There was a bit of a resurgence in energy, and then they got a little bit quieter towards the end, and things just really got very crazy, as they do on Sanhok. You know, it's no one's fault. Do you
Mhm.
think we're going to be seeing that same energy from Mo Esports today?
I think one thing that Mo Esports did yesterday that I really liked was the fact that they played as a team, right? They played more condensed, which was something we complained about in the first 2 weeks. Like they played two split apart. It's almost like they're a team, but they're not a team. So seeing the way they played yesterday, they played like a team. I'm pretty sure they've seen that this is what works for us, and I'm pretty sure they will continue to do that today. So that being said, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that Mo Esports are able to, use that. And I hope they decide to not start going on splits today. Stay condensed, and I think Mo Esports will continue to show us better gameplay, as we go through the week.
I get excited if I start to see them towards the later phases because then I feel like all of a sudden there's a difference. There's something that's going to be changing here, and then the same can go, I guess, there for Vista and Black Hand. For Black Hand, they obviously, as we said, they had a little bit more flashy performances. They would pick up those winner chicken dinners with some great elimination points. And for Vista, it's a little bit of the opposite. They were just focusing on getting themselves into top five placements with whatever eliminations they can grab along the way, and then the placements naturally are also secured. So that change in strategy is going to be interesting to see how that's going to pan out today if they continue those performances. Who's really going to start capitalizing and start to build up a lead? Because we know now it's only 1 point. 1 point is nothing. That's going to happen just like that. So, do you think that we're going to be suddenly seeing a resurgence of the more aggressive, more flashy style of Blackhand making it to the top? Or do you think consistency for Vista Gaming is going to be ultimately what wins the race in the end?
Consistency for Vista Gaming is one thing I would love to see. But one thing I know is that every other team in this lobby were able to watch Vista Gaming yesterday, and they saw that, you know what, we think we just gave these guys a little too much space to work with. Because Vista Gaming had so much space to work with in every single game that they played, and they capitalized so well on that. So I think many of the teams will start to look at those positions that Vista Gaming were able to hold perfectly yesterday, and then they'll be like, you know what, we'll start to play this position, thereby making things a little harder for Vista Gaming. So I think today it's going to be a test of Vista Gaming's, prowess and how well they can ward off and clear up the space for themselves.
It's going to be very interesting to see. Again, like you said, if they're going to be allowed to bring in the same style of play that they did yesterday. As with teams, they've had to change things up left, right, and center. We've seen drop sites yesterday also being thrown into a bit of the trash can because the flight
Hmm.
zone just wasn't working with them. I mean, we had eastern flight paths going to western zones, it's north to south. It was wild. Ultimately, these teams were really put to the test, and a lot of vehicle action, not a lot of opportunity to get those early engagements, other than that first wrangle of the day. So, speaking of that first wrangle of the day, we had a very wildly aggressive wrangle, and now we're going to be heading over to Miramar. A lot more space to deal with. Crowns, give it to me. What are you feeling like for these predictions?
Predictions for the first Miramar game of the day. I'm gonna say greedy, right? I want to see if greedy for kills show us that Miramar prowess that we've seen for them from them. So I'm gonna keep my eye out on greedy as they go into this game. Maybe second place for Blackjack Esports because they always inch closely to that one. And I feel like this is no longer a prediction, right? This is more like a norm now. Titan Gaming will definitely frag out in this Miramar game.
Well, you would say that that's a confirmation, but yesterday we had them go three maps where there was just nothing.
Yeah, but
Literally
then
no
it wasn't
points
Miramar.
added to the tally. Yes,
It
but
was
there
just
was
that one
Erangels
Miramar.
and Sanhoks and one Miramar. They had 3 maps, 3 different maps, and the same result. It was bizarre. Again, a situation where we throw away our statistics. I mean, it's like we were looking at a completely different team.
Mhm.
I want to see some consistency coming through today. I mean, Titans surely are going to be changing things up and fighting for those bonus points.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will be. And like I said, yesterday and every other day, right, we would always see Titans do well in that first Miramar game of the day, right? Hence why I
Mm.
feel a little bit confident. Yesterday, they only got 0 points on Miramar in the second Miramar game of the day. So maybe the second Miramar for today we most likely wouldn't see Titans. But I think this first one will probably see Titans, pull up a little bit of numbers. But anyway, let's get into Miramar. Let's get things started. It's the map you've all been waiting for. No more time to waste as that playing path takes up on that northern horizontal split, taking us all the way from the outskirts of El Pozo down to the high rise of El Azahar.
So plenty of northern opportunities for teams who really do favour those potential points of play. But obviously, I mean, for the likes of Titans, who you are holding out a candle for, we know that they do love that southern approach. So teams like Titans would have to stretch a little bit further on forward, maybe get some of those vehicles earlier than they would have liked to get to their normal drop sites and get themselves looted on up. We can see GREEDYFORKILLS already getting closer and closer towards a little bit of that Monte Nuevo action as some of the other teams are finding their usual drop sites. And we just need to keep an eye out to see if we're going to see any crazy hot drop action like we saw on the first map of Erangel yesterday.
Los Leones teams would be in a little bit of trouble because they have to start to find ways to make it over there. But I believe some of these players are well-known pilots themselves, so they should know how to glide and find their way all the way to Los Leones. Looking at the side there of Vampires, because I keep keeping my eye on the side there of Vampires, given that this week they're in the same group as teams that have if not similar drop locations, similar rotational patterns to them on like the different maps. So we're already seeing URUS Esports already around Vampires out there in the San Martin towards Hacienda del Patron. So I'm keeping my eye out on Vampires to see how well they'll play this one.
We're definitely in Eastern Zone, at least for the Los Leones teams, even though they have to take a bit of a further rotation. They have some of that extra time in zone before they have to, really worry about some of these crazy rotational paths. So far, teams are keeping it nice and respectful. We're not really seeing anyone sort of trying to fight off for new positions and new placements. Vista Gaming is reaching across Mazzaro, sending through a couple of shots, trying to see if they can find some connections.
Mazzaro. That's a little too far. You've got to relax, man. Go get looted up or something. Come on. It's early in the game, man. You've barely even landed. You're already taking shots that far out. Come on, Mazzaro. You've got to relax. But anyway, Zone does look to be one of those very balanced ones. I really can't say where you could be at the moment because, like I said, it's a balanced one. Everyone should be fine. And plus, we have like a quite nice spread of teams already in the zone. So I feel like the first couple of zones shouldn't be too much of a hassle for all of these teams.
Yeah, we still are waiting for someone to get themselves into Los Leones. Blackjack Esports might be one of the first teams to get themselves there. The vehicles are in check. TIMEOUT taking one of the monster trucks and heading through towards the western side of this zone, just trying to regroup on the outskirts of Monte Nuevo. Triple, of course, here towards Impala. Again, there's no real danger just yet, I would say, for teams to get into a little bit of an action. There are some splits coming through. I mean, the likes of Black Hand, as an example, they all have their players isolated, getting some of the smaller compounds looted up, but the teams that are close to them would be Smash and Vampires, and they're still obviously busy with their own placements. So I don't think we should be seeing anything wild unless someone just decides to completely change the rotation.
Yep. Blackjack Esports coming in with a little bit of a squad change today. We see Hisk now being in play. It's really good to actually see what he brings to the table coming into today's games. He's a player that we've not really seen show up, or we've not actually seen him play for the team in the past couple of weeks. And now bringing him into phase 3, probably this is that final card that the side of Blackjack Esports have got to wave at the lobby out here. So yeah, looking forward to seeing them.
Do you think that's going to be what Blackjack Esports needs to change it up? What they don't need is broken shots at MG.
Well, we thought they were the first to actually get into Los Leones, but apparently they are not the first. Arab Golden will be the first, taking already some shots at the side of Blackjack as they would lose one player early on. Normally, we wouldn't see them fight, so this is almost like a breach of contract coming through from the side there of the
Mm.
Los Leones teams. But I guess these are things that you should expect to happen, given that Los Leones was quite far. You're still in play with some of the teams that land in Los Leones, so it's going to be a whole journey and a whole contention. You most likely would clash.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen early fights in Los Leones. It's like the neighbor treaty, as you mentioned, has been broken, and all of a sudden, we don't care that you're our neighbors. We're going to take you out as soon as we possibly can. But opportunities are in wait for these teams, and for Arab Golden, I mean, they had a free shot. They had to take it, and it's paying off for them at least with that extra elimination. However, now Blackjack Esports moving to the far southern portion of Los Leones, completely giving Arab Golden all the space they would want so that they do not lose any further members. So, with Blackjack Esports, their roster change is going to be put to the test.
Yep, it is going to be put to the test. And right now, maybe this might not even. Actually, I think this would be the ultimate test, playing as a three-man squad without having MG, going through and playing in that game for him. Greedy, the team that I was keeping my eye out for, looking forward to seeing how they play. They're looking very comfortable out there in Monte Nuevo. All members do seem to have their own vehicles. They seem to have enough vehicles, and they're just chilling, relaxing, getting looted up. Kind of have a little bit of space on that western side.
Rad is taking a rotation just past Montenuevo right now, but again, this is on the outskirts. I don't expect them to take a detour in. We'll have to wait and see. A little bit of ramping action going on here. Oh, vehicles are running out of fuel already. Imagine. It's a
Right?
lot of trips that these teams have had to take.
Yeah, a whole lot of teams. And one thing I enjoy to see is vampires have stepped out of San Martin. I like the fact that they understand that San Martin is not a place you want to be waiting for too long. This is almost like when you get that zone in Sanhok that Paradise is in the zone. You don't want to stay in Paradise because obviously so many teams will be looking towards that Paradise area. But this time in Miramar, so many teams will be looking towards that San Martin area. I like the fact that vampires have instantly taken that initiative, getting out of San Martin as quickly as possible, making it towards that graveyard, sending it close to the center of the circle.
San Martin basically quite barren at the moment. Vampires taking the rotation in towards center. This is just on the outskirts of Vista Gaming, who are over towards Minas Generales. But again, lots of spacing to work with. Just curious about where they're going to get, where they're going to end up. If they're going to go all the way south to Los Leones, or if they're just going to maybe relax around graveyards and make that the point of entry for the time being as we wait for that zone to start closing on out. A lot of teams still very spread apart. Smash Esports still running with a 1-3 split. Black Hand doing the exact same. Triple Esports doing the exact same. Everyone looking for information as to where everyone is hiding, where they can potentially pick up some of those early eliminations.
Yeah, it's a nice zone. Everyone's gonna chill with it. RUKH Esports coming in from that northern side. Triple Esports out there on the southeast. Still holding a split. Two players in the circle. Two players still outside trying to get looted up. The mind weapon also looking quite nice on that eastern edge as they're holding it up on the north of Minas Generales. Or make that the east. Anyway, they're chilling around that area. URUS Sports already making their exit from Hacienda del Patron. Timeout still looking to be very close to the side of Rad out there on that southwestern side. So these are places that are potential, skirmishes that we're expecting in the circle.
For timeout, if they were to take a skirmish here, you can see they're running that 2-2 split. So Rad has a potential of actually isolating those two players, taking them out once at a time. But it looks like they will rather opt for a central location, already taking rotation in, maybe leaving one or two teams, or one or two players rather,
Ho, ho,
just to get
ho.
some information. San Martin is going to be a little bit of that focus point here for the new zone alongside Power Grid. And so there is a massive opportunity now for teams who have set themselves up earlier. Vampires, they just moved out of San Martin. And now they have to think twice. Do they double back? Do they just chill it out in graveyard?
Nah, just let it go. Let it go. Like if this were to be happening, the instance is shifted, no problem. But there is actually, I feel like it's understandable if the IGL is like, you know what, there is actually a huge chance that there is already a team on the heels of San Martin, so most likely you do not want to head back into that position. So it's a respectable play if they do not move and if they continue staying there. Mo Esports automatically sent to the center of the next circle, which I'm almost scared for them. But seeing that they're actually playing together, I'm going to keep my hopes high because them being in center of the circle it makes me wonder would they be able to handle just as many teams, pointing guns in their direction?
That's going to be the question, right? Smash Esports, they have just managed to get themselves to the outskirts of the zone. We saw Titans having to take quite a long rotation through from Montenegro out into the blue, but they've also just crossed the finish line. Now needing to find some real estate to work with here. And this western portion of the zone is starting to look a little bit stacked, I would say. Smash in the vicinity, Ra'ad in the vicinity, Titans in the vicinity. Those are three teams that all are looking for some good points into this week. So definitely teams to keep an eye out. And as we mentioned, Vampires still just waiting around on Vampires, on Graveyard rather. And they have the zone, they have the opportunity to chill it out.
I'm currently looking at RUKH Esports as they've decided to go towards that northeastern rotation rather than the straight up north rotation would see. They have jammed with the side there of the mind weapon, and it does look like the mind weapon are on a disadvantage as they would lose two to get things started. RUKH Esports, this is definitely a planned rotation, and you can already tell that this is intentional. This is something that I really like to see, the intentional plays coming through from all of these teams.
Yeah, keeping an eye out. By now, there are so many VOD reviews, these teams can lock it down. If there's a target they are looking for, they can easily find that rotation in. And now the mind weapon reduced down to only one, as longevity needs to be at the forefront of their mind. Getting out of the situation is going to have to be the play here, unfortunately, for the mind weapon. We'll see if maybe solos can bring in some crazy action, but RUKH Esports just happy to be the cleanup crew and get some of those eliminations in the pocket ready for this next phase. And the rotation that they're going to be taking in, obviously they've got a beautiful line of sight onto the likes of VISTA. If they head a bit more towards the north, they're going to be finding URUS. So we'll be curious to see where they ultimately end up in the zone.
Yeah, this is what we're saying about that space that Vista Gaming was given yesterday. You can already tell that some teams are already eyeing to get that much space. RUKH Esports being one of those teams, right? Already sending it towards that eastern side, knowing that there is actually a chance to get a good position up on that east. And we can already see them pushing and inching closer and closer. I feel like the only thing they're just waiting for right now is to get a knock and a confirmation, and then they see VST. So they know once they take out VST, they probably have the rest of the east to themselves.
Be pretty interesting if they do find that opportunity here. Ra'ad taking that 1-3 split. This is right alongside Titans, and Titans have managed to pick up at least one elimination. So already they've changed things up. They're starting to get a little bit more energy than what we saw yesterday. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to continue. They do have plenty of opportunity, plenty of plethora of teams around them. Ra'ad in front, Smash just behind. So for now, it just seems like they're going to be applying some pressure onto Ra'ad. A bit more information, but B6 happy to do this all as a solo at this point.
At this point, I'm getting surprised as to why Ra'ad is still trying to get to the top of that hill, knowing fully well that there's someone shooting at you, right? Because that player, Hazem, who was trying to get up, right, did get shot at on his way up. So I'm kind of surprised as to why the rest of the teams also decided to start going up there. But anyway, trouble out here in Picado, as we've got Blackjack, Timeout, and the World of Battle all relaxing here on that southern side of the circle. Picado is not a team that can actually accommodate three teams without fighting. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who takes that first step.
Already an opportunity over towards Vista. As Timeout still holding the line here. This is looking absolutely stacked. Three teams within the vicinity looking for opportunities here to hold on. Blackjack Esports also in an opportunity. But now we have to turn our attention to Vampires. They have some intruders over towards the graveyard, and all of a sudden they need to greet their guests.
Yes, sir, and they will be welcoming them with a grenade as one player would fall for Vampires Esports. It's going to be Yazan. Now Biscuit trying to see if he can hold up. Ninja having a very nice angle on the top of the roof. He's going to lose his focus and he would fall. The side there of Vista already looking to get things started. And this is the aggressive prowess we actually want to see from Vista Gaming. Do not relax on this one. Continue up on the push. Biscuit will get traded on. And the rest of Vampires now getting himself a little glimpse of hope going into this engagement.
Oh, just an opportunity there on the horizon. But you see in that little mini map, there's a blue dot that's suddenly heading very fast into Graveyard. Yeah, that is Triple Esports, and they are looking for the third-party opportunities. So all of a sudden, this contention, it needs to close up real fast.
Yeah, and I feel like Vista Gaming once again are already wasting a little bit of time. They're not, pushing this one as aggressive as they should right now. Vampire is able to grab all revives back up as Ninja now. That revive is being processed. Triple Esports are here for the third party, and Mozaro would feel that one, as he's going to be the first man to go down. Abu's going to find the return knock up onto Old Boy, trying to even out the tides here, trying to prevent the third party. And I think right now, Vista Gaming now, they're taking 2 fights. It's most likely is it more than they can chew.
I know this is a bit of a problem. They were still busy with Vista. They were still getting a bit of a tunnel vision on towards Vista. They haven't closed up anything. They're in enemy territory, and all of a sudden, Vista, they have the opportunity to reset themselves, to go down. Vampires now suddenly on the forefront here of a potential win, but now Triple Esports come through to steal it out.
I can only imagine how confusing this fight must be for Vista Gaming and Vampires. They're getting knocked by a different team. They're getting thirsted by a different team. This is actually not what they would want. Vista's still able to stay alive for the time being, but the blue zone is chunking down their HP more than they can ask for. Stop will be the last player left for Vampires, as they got the other end of the brunt. Anyway, Vista Gaming would have to rotate and continue the rest of this game as a 2-man squad.
And now, unfortunately, it's that danger. You need to rotate out of the blue, get into safety. But look at this. Triple Esports waiting, ready. They definitely have enough bullets to try and take out this crossfire. But it will depend on if they can get those shots landed. So for now, it looks like Vista have just managed to get out. Unfortunately, can't say the same for Vampires. They do bow out as the first team with the Mind Weapon, joining them as the second. But oh, look at this rotation. Not right up into Mo territory. No, please.
Well, it does look like Mo Esports are willing to receive this visitor. Shots would be going out towards the position there of Abu, but he would manage to stay alive. This guy would also receive some. A lot of HP gone from that rotation, and it's only a matter of that vehicle explosion to take him out. A lot of utilities now being forced out of the hands there of Vista Gaming, as they have to, find themselves a little bit of cover, find a way to make it up to the top of the field. And he takes a couple of shots towards Abu, who would not be able to quite find the knock just yet. Arab Golden is also down on the bottom of that hill, as they will be taking the engagements from the side of GREEDYFORKILLS.
Mo Esports looking for a rotation just to potentially get those angles on towards Vista. Arab Golden, in the meanwhile, trying to take on GREEDYFORKILL, and so far it is a tough battle already, dropping one member in with that entry. At least a nade is going to be finding Fivo. Follow-ups could be leading to a potential here against Greedy, but they have better positions, and now they are just waiting out for those opportunities. Nades are going to be sent on through. Will they make the connection?
Yeah, that is what they are looking for. Reno already pushing up closer and closer, as the side of GREEDYFORKILLS do not have their last player. We saw them make this error yesterday, and it does look like they're making it again. Grenades will be coming through, as they're not pushing up as a full squad. They're already down by one player, so it's only a two-piece going into this engagement with the side of Arab Golden. Grenades are still the things in play at the moment, as we see these players continue to put them up, trying to bait the players to come out for the move. No side's going to get that bait to work. A couple of shots going up towards that position there of RUKH, but he will stay alive.
Oh, we blinked, in a matter of seconds we lost 2 teams, and all of a sudden we might be in danger of losing another. GREEDYFORKILLS still holding on to this opportunity. They want the opportunities, they want the eliminations. They've been putting in so much work, but now utilities are starting to go low, trying to find out these Arab Golden members. Broly still trying to hold on into the fire, though. That's not going to help the situation.
And more fire coming through. There's fire on every floor. There's grenades going all out, as Reno now finds himself in a very tiny chunk of HP. And indeed, he will go down. But now here comes Zoxy coming in to try to play savior. But he's up in a 1v2 situation. Grenade out to the side. Would chunk a little bit of HP down, but not getting quite any knock. But Zoxy is capable. Gets one player down and would be good for 2. And that will be all for the side there of Arab Golden.
Oh, Zax are going to be locking it down for GREEDYFORKILLS. They will manage to pick up those 4 eliminations, losing Fivo in the process, but at least picking up points, right? So we can't say the same thing here for Vista, though, as they go down to the likes of Mo Esports holding on. But Black Hand, Triple Esports, they have smelt a little bit of blood, and unfortunately they found each other in that rotation. So before they can even think about taking any fights towards Mo, they need to deal with each other.
Yep, and the grenades would be the first things they're using as greetings. 249 in the hand of IC, Putin's downfall as he will go down to Koa. Koa gets yet another knock and another confirm. I was going to say this. Black Hand, we had RUKH showing up yesterday quite a lot, and I know Koa is not one of those players that would sit down and let that one happen.
Absolutely. I mean, RUKH is just going to have to watch from afar, but at least the rest of the team is here to handle it for them. 6 eliminations already on the board here for Black Hand. Followed just behind them, it is GREEDYFORKILLS with their 4-piece. So quite a few good eliminations going into this next zone that they can use as a foundation and start to build off of. Rotations now towards the north. It does look like Black Hand might just be scouting out what's happening here towards the west between Titans and Smash. Of course, they're trying to do the same, seeing if they can pick up an elimination. Titans keeping their distance. Smash Esports trying to make a dash for the north, but Plaza is sitting and waiting, is going to hear those vehicles moving in.
Yeah, Smash team getting closer and closer towards the side of Black Hand. Cover fire coming through from the side of the rest of Black Hand, but it's a question of how well they're going to be able to hold up. I'm looking at that map feed and I can see a little bit of a beautiful performance, or sorry, beautiful position coming through from Raad, but we're going to put that one on a little bit of a pause, as it looks like Black Hand are interested in this engagement with the side there of Smash team. Grenades already doing the greetings, as we see Ilya sending some, trying to fall back a little bit, staying away from grenade range.
Just one opportunity, one connection as they soon find that elimination, that knock. It could mean they head on in, but Ilias already ready with that med kit. Does get themselves back up to an HP bar that is at least doable with the situation. This is going to be the numbers game for Smash. On the bright side, they also are running with a 3-piece, so they're on equal footing. It's just about that positioning and that timing. Of course, there are other teams in the vicinity. Black Hand running that 2-1 split up exactly the same that Smash is, but here come Titans looking to take either of these teams out of the count.
I was just about to point that out, that it's so interesting to see that Black Hand and Smash team, both teams holding on the same type of splits going into this engagement. So it's almost like a perfect stalemate right now that they've got going on. A Smash team now having two on the front, one player at the back, trying to see if he can hold up, trying to prevent these pushes from coming through. But with Titan Gaming pulling up behind, it's going to be a whole lot of trouble. Black Lost would fall. The cover fire is down. I don't know if Black Hand is aware. They do seem to be a little bit as smokes would be preventing Elias from going down, but not for too long, as Titan Gaming would come in for the best third party that we've seen, and this might just be the rise of the Titans.
The third party, the stalemate, there it is. It has crashed into a bunch of pieces because Smash just didn't have an opportunity. Black Lost had to deal with the entirety of Smash, and then, yeah, it just didn't work out the way they would have wanted. Black Hand and Titans, though, they have each other in their sights. We can already see one initial knock over towards Plaza. Titans looking for a bit more. And if they do stop Black Hand in their tracks, then they have pretty much the northwestern side all to themselves. Raad with that position towards the north. Very well zoned this. But Mo Esports just on the opposite end, holding some good compounds. So there's going to be two teams that are going to be holding and trying to pick up as many eliminations with these next phases of rotation.
I get very scared when I see Moe Esports on the split. They're currently holding the 2-1-1 split. I really hope that plays out well for them on that northeastern edge. Really finding their way into the circle. They may have spotted some of the players there from timeout, as we see them going on that southern rotation. But the side there of Black Hand and Titans will continue to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe, M4 to M4 as they get started. But Greedy runs into the trap there, set by the side there of timeout. One player would go down and Reno would be the last player left. Can he clutch it up?
Timeout. They have been taking a beating, but now they have an opportunity here to take out the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS. It's only Reno, but they need that information. For now, all they hear is some utilities. They need to see who is hiding in that shack. Those smokes deployed is going to give them an idea that there's a numbers advantage to be had, but they need to close the gap. It is risky, though, without some information, without a potential knock. They don't yet know where the players are hiding out, so they might take a little bit longer to get this one closed out. Meanwhile, Titans, it looks like they're done waiting. They want to get some more information on Black Hand to take them out of the picture before moving into the northern side of the zone. And look at this, Plaza going to be holding into that tight angle, finding some shots on towards P6, but it's not going to be enough for a knock just yet.
I think the Titans not really looking to fully commit to this fight. They do look to be looking forward towards that western side rather than the north being held by Black Hand. But it does look like a whole lot of trouble out here on the north for the side of Black Hand, because more esports are out there. They've got a lot of cover to work with, and they might just be doing this one might actually take them out if they're not playing that one too carefully.
I mean, Mo Esports, they're reaching to the north. They've just reached to the south to take a piece of timeout. They are doing double duty at the moment with that split. So, again, needing to be very careful. If they bite off too much that what they can actually chew, we will actually be seeing them spread a little bit too thinly. We'll see Titans. They've moved on into that western side, holding in a good position into zone. Timeout, slowly but surely. Getting information on towards Mo Esports. They've already taken one of their players. They want some revenge, but this terrain, the angles that they have to deal with, it is really just favoring Mo Esports right now.
I'm wondering what the side of Raad are going to do with this much space that they've been awarded so far. They've been kind of isolated on that southwestern side, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can actually put that into work. A lot of information has been gathered. The world of I was about to say ballers. The world of battle do look to be crawling closely just behind them, just trying to inch closer and closer. But, you know, pushing into a compound without an intro knock, I'm pretty sure that's not what the World of Battle are looking forward to do.
No, and again, it's going to come down to that information. Ra'ad have been left to their own devices for so long. They've been holding onto this space now that it's. I mean, you can take a guess as to where these players are hiding out. And unfortunately, if you take too much time onto one player, you're going to be isolating yourself for the rest. So Ra'ad now trying to take apart Titans might give some information to the World of Battle with those shots, with the sound signals that they can work with. Maybe they can start to pick apart how Ra'ad are currently holding their setup.
Or Esports still able to hold up as a full squad. You have one player knocked down, but they have compounds and cover to work with. Titan have to make a long rotation into that western side of the circle. It's going to be a little bit of a task as the World of Battle looking to draw closer towards the side of Ra'ad. Smokes is going to give away the position, and now Ra'ad, they are aware. But how this push is going to happen with this position coming through from Hazem is going to be a little bit of a task coming through from the side of Ra'ad. And tunnel vision coming through from Ra'ad would allow Titans to make a very safe rotation into the zone.
Like this, the World of Battle, they've been trying to find a shot on towards Ra'ad, but Ra'ad just keeps locking them down. Every time they try and make some moves, deploy some smokes, get a bit of a shift, all of a sudden Ra'ad are ready. Now there is at least one member, two members, make that none, as there's a double coming through from Hazem. Only one more opportunity, and that will be it there for the World of Battle.
As it ends for the World of Battle, it's almost looking like the end for the Titans, as Timeout would be sending some grenades towards their location. Smokes would be providing a little bit of cover as more blind nades will continue to fly. Abdallah loses a whole lot of HP. Same thing can be said about Mido as he comes in for the first. Now they are aware. Shots through the smoke. It does look like more shots will be coming in through as Mido would fall. Abdullah now has to form up a little bit closer, but he's got to admire the spray through the smoke coming through from the side of Titans as they're able to ward off timeout. They're buying themselves a whole lot of time, and this is the Titans that we want to see.
I mean, they can't even see the players yet they're finding these knocks. We have to sit here and just say, how are you managing this? Finding the first confirmation. Now, timeout all of a sudden relegates it to only one, and that one does not want to try and take anything away from Titans. They have gone and hidden themselves away, far, far away, hoping to never...
Man, in a fight where you needed more grenades, the side of timeout decided to go for a push, and Titan Gaming just kept on spraying through the smoke. They spray and pray. They did get those hit markers, and it did work so nice. Man, Mo Esports, though, coming in through for a little bit of third-party action. They're holding a little bit of a split that I don't like because they split all across the map. One player already goes down on the north, and at this point, I'm getting concerned. Mo Esports play condensed.
Oh, please, please do regroup. Just get back to each other. At this point in time, they are taking hit after hit. If any team decides to push onto their position, we could be saying goodbye to Mo Esports, and they've done well to get themselves into this top 5 position. Meanwhile, Titans, they've managed to reset themselves. Now these shots are going to be heading on through. Teak finding Hansley. That is going to give them that space. Ragnar still hiding out, and Titans might be going right in front of Ragnar.
Adam's already on to something. 7 eliminations right now, and they're already getting started with the side of Mo Esports, as Hansley will be the first man to fall on that south. And this is where I start to say the split was a little too spread thin. Right now, Vortex is all on his own. It's not looking like the support fire could actually come through from the rest of his teammates. And right now, this is definitely not what the side of Mo Esports wants, as now they go head on against the Titans. 8 would fall. Paradox is next in line, and same thing can be said about Vortex. The spray through the smoke from Titan Gaming today is really impressive.
I don't know what you want to call it, but it is just wild to see Titans finding players that they literally cannot even see. Still worried about what Ragnar has in store for Titans. It's just sitting right behind them. Just so tempting to at any point step in and potentially find elimination. But you can see that Blue Zone moving on in. Ragnar going to have to move on forward. Titans now trying to push on into Mo Esports.
Mo Esports did get obliterated by 2 different teams, and that's what happens when you're holding too much of a split. Right out there on the north, able to clear out the side of Blackhand and Mo Esports. 7 eliminations already up to the name. Titan holding up on 11. Now, as they get that elimination onto the side there of timeout, it's now a 3, actually make that a 4v2. Rad with the numbers advantage, all in vehicles, or make that one player in vehicle going towards that position. They know that they have that numbers advantage and they're sending it towards the Titans, but they have to be careful. Airdrop would be what Rad would be using as a little piece of cover as we have no more zone. The next zone is going to start to close.
Open fields here, vehicles, rocks, whatever you can find as cover right now will do you some good. Titans running a 2v4 split. They're looking to isolate those players already, doing a good amount of damage onto it again, but they still have quite a long way to go.
Right now, they've realized that they have to play this a little slowly because this team they're going up against is not quite one of those small ones, not any our team. As we can see, one not coming through. Now it's a 3v1. They know where the last player there is. Stick will take a lot of damage, and that man, it's only a matter of time. Grenades are being prepped towards his location. One would land, and one would do it. A winner chicken dinner up onto the side here of Raad, and that is something that they really need at this time of the phase.
They were very close to actually tying up their placement points, or total points rather, in the end there. But I think Ra'ad just edged forward above Titans, I think with about 2 points. We'll have to wait for the match rankings to see what happened. But ultimately, very good showing from Ra'ad and Titans to pick up a lot more pacing into the second day of this last week. Titans, as we said, we were worried about them yesterday. Good to see them back in their usual form today, picking up some good amount of points. And hopefully, this is not going to be the end that we speak of Titans. We want to see everyone challenging themselves and pushing their limits right until the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first game of the day. First Miramar, we've seen Titan do what they want to say. At least this time, they do not deny the statistics, right? First Miramar of the day, they do well. So now it's a question of the remaining games of the day. Are they going to do well, or are they going to go on that decline like we saw them do yesterday? Ra'ad, I'm glad that they decided to go out of that compound, because them spreading their wings is what eventually made them get up to 7 eliminations in that game. They could have brought in more, but they decided to stay in that compound a little too long. But still, a chicken dinner with 7 eliminations, I cannot complain.
Yeah, you can't complain with the numbers that they kept as well. I mean, the fact that they stayed so quiet meant that they didn't really take all those engagements, meant that they didn't really lose any players. So towards the end, they had a very, very well-numbered based item. I mean, 4-2, take your pick. Obviously, you're going to be heading towards that team with 4 players. So really good opportunity here for Ra'ad to step up and hopefully to keep stepping. As you said, you know, with Titans, we had that decline towards the later matches where they started to get very quiet. So they obviously did enough to get themselves onto the second page of the overall standings, but we don't want that to end just here. And let's just take a recap because it was just too good to see. I'd say that was a pretty good start to the day with the first Miramar out and over. We know that there's 2 more helpings of Miramar coming through into the rest of the day, but ultimately we first need to take at the match rankings to see who ended up on top. We know Ra'ad picked up that winner chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations, but Titans, they were close.
Ooh, 9. They were able to get it up to 9. I thought they stopped at 7, but they capped it at 9. 19 points to go alongside that chicken dinner. Now I can't even complain anymore. Titan Gaming able to get that second place finish, 17 points to put up on board. We see Timeout in third overall with 13 points. Blackhand with 6 elimination points, able to skyrocket up to 4th position. Mo Esports getting only 3 eliminations. They're able to hold up in 7th. And I feel like with Mo Esports going into that game, if they had all their full squad up there on the north with Vortex, and I think it was Paradox. Yeah, if they had all the players there on the north, I think they could have had a fair fight with Ra'ad. And if they had gotten Ra'ad down at that point, it would have been them probably getting the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, Mo Esports, they were looking pretty good. They were looking pretty confident. Unfortunately, like you said, the split that they took, it made it way too easy for the surrounding teams to isolate players, to take them out with any sort of backfire, with any sort of punishment. So no one was really worried to take shots at Mo Esports because there was no backup. There was no opportunity for them to really take a hit from making that risk. But Mo Esports, first game, it was a pretty good start. Let's hope it continues and let's hope they build on this. Greedy for kills, not getting as many points as they would have liked, but still four eliminations is going to bolster them up with VISTA Gaming and RUKH Esports. So our bottom 3 of the top 8 are looking pretty twinning. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the second page to see how those points start to whittle on down.
Yeah, we do get trips to the to the donut shop, the one-stop donut shop, and it's painful to see Blackjack Esports being one of those teams to go out quite early. And I get what happened because you'd really get destabilized when you lose a player before you even get the weapon, to start the game. So yeah, I'll probably pardon it for this game, but still, they need to start to put up numbers on board. Same thing can be said about Triple Esports. They were only able to get 2 total points going into this first game. So Triple Esports, you need to step up the game because Titans are no longer on that second page.
No, all of a sudden they are fighting for the top slots, and we know Triple Esports and Titans. They have been, you could say they've been a little bit like nemesis. Triple taking the first week, Titans taking the second. Now we're asking the question, who's going to be taking the third? We would like to see some sort of a repeat, some sort of dominating factor, but ultimately, I'm loving what I'm seeing from the rest of the teams. Black Hand also making a very interesting approach, but ultimately that whole three-way battle between Titans, Smash, and Black Hand just really did favor Titans in the beginning with the numbers advantage and the position that they were holding. They had the better rotation. So the second helping of Miramar is going to be very interesting, depending on which teams are going to be sitting out. I think we might be seeing some revisions coming through, but first map done and dusted. Miramar is looking healthy. It is looking spicy, but we need to take a little bit of a water break because we know there are plenty more maps right around the corner. We'll see you now.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've got popcorn. I hope you got a bit of a drink going because it's definitely going to get much more spicy from this point onwards. The teams are heating up the action. And we also do need to give a massive and wonderful shout out to our sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, who has been making all of this possible from day number one. They have been there with PMPL Africa. So big shout out to Monster. And now we need to give a bit of a shout out to our teams because all of a sudden, Miramar done and dusted. We know it's a very heavy Miramar day, but thankfully, we've still got some Erangel and Sanhok to deal with. Some green in between all of that sandy dune action.
Yes, sir. And we're about to head into Sanhok to see a little bit of jungle. We're going to be seeing the side of Black Hand, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and the Mind Weapon sitting this one out as we get CRYPTICS, TEAMLAG, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Wave Esports coming through clutch as we've seen them. We didn't see them play that first game, and now I'm seeing them come into the second game. And man, looking at the game, how are you keeping your eye out on?
Ooh, that's a bit of a tough one. I
Mhm.
would you normally in the previous seasons have said, oh, Titans, of course, right? Titans surely going to be bringing something. But after yesterday's action, I'm going to throw a bit of a wild card. Mo Esports. I mean, they stepped up. They showed up some pretty interesting performances, and
Mhm.
I would say alongside them, let's put Rad. Rad for me,
Back
I
to
feel
back.
like needs some consistency. Yeah, why not? Just get a little bit crazy.
I think I'm gonna say we've seen Triple Esports actually show us that they're very good on the map of Sanhok. So I'm gonna keep my money on Triple Esports going into this game, given the fact that I know like they're bound to or they're ready for a good game. So I would like to see them actually show us that they've got what it takes going into this Sanhok game of the day. But wonder no further as we walk into nothing rhymes with that. It's gonna be Sanhok.
I'm telling you, these transitions are gonna get better and better, Crowns. We're just gonna keep making up more ways to mess it up or to make it interesting. One of the ways. But Sandhawk, here it is. You know, we were speaking a little bit off camera. Imagine we
Mhm.
did have Sandhawk heavy days. I mean, who then would be at the overalls at the top? You know, just leading the pack with points. Who do you think?
Right now,
Mm-hmm.
overall, or just for this phase?
If we had a Sandhawk heavy day,
Oh, if we
who do
had a
you think
Sanhok
in
every
that
day.
day?
I
Yeah,
think it's
who
gonna
do
be
you
Mo
think in that
Esports.
day?
I think it will be Mo Esports.
Ooh.
And I'm saying this because that's for this week. Maybe for the previous weeks, maybe not Mo Esports. But for this week, I think it will be somewhere between Mo Esports and Wave Esports. You know.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna keep an eye out. I mean, I have put Mo Esports down. I would have liked to put Titans down as my prediction, but I don't know. In previous seasons, they were the kings of Sanhok. They were terrifying on Sanhok, especially with those DBSs. I mean, they would roll up on you and take you out within seconds, man. So I
Mhm.
don't know if we're gonna be seeing the Titans of old on Sanhok. If they're gonna be bringing in that performance after such a momentous Miramar game. It's time they get a winner chicken dinner this week. So might see a bit of a change up. What I am seeing though is look how many hot drops we're having. I mean, Camp Bravo is absolutely stacked. We've got virtual gaming right alongside what looks like, I'm not sure if that's Triple Esports or we'll see now, but Raad and Vampire is also on the other side, just picking up the pacing once again.
Makes you wonder what could have gone wrong. I wasn't expecting to see this much, but it's good to see a little bit of tickling here and there. Yesterday we did not really see the teams that were in Paradise Resorts actually go at it. So maybe they wouldn't do that also or maybe they would do that today. But anyway, we still do have a little bit of hot drop going on other sides, like you said, Camp Bravo, Greedy do look to want this elimination as they're pushing closer onto the side of virtual gaming squad. And this just shows the amount of research that has been done by the side of Greedy4Kills because they know that Alpha Luigi or one player there from the side of Virtual Gaming Squad would always land on the outside. And you can already see them going for that push. Molotov to try to delay him a little bit. The burn not quite coming in through, and Malek is here for support. And if there's one thing we know, Malek is one of those players who is a monster when he holds that shotgun.
I think they've done a lot more research on this, as you've mentioned. I mean, they know, Smash Team was here yesterday, but Smash has to sit this one out today. So now they have full control, just only having to deal with virtual gaming. It looks like they have planned this right from the get-go. That 2-2 split, trying to isolate the players. Yeah, Malak just on the other side, but does have backup in the form of Alpha Luigi. So this timing is going to be crucial. Fivo going to be the first one to do a little bit of bait and switch, try and be the distraction, but no worries, they're going to be the entry.
Alpha Luigi trying to hold down the fort as he's able to get one player down. DBS in hand would be able to find two. Is he good for three? As he continues to go for the quick pick, but the support from the side would fall him down. But one shot is here to provide a little bit of extra support going through from the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. But Sarawi on the top of the roof would also be finding another angle. Zoxy forming up closely as Nosa now has the confidence. One shot, looking for that third as he's not going to be able to find it just yet as he finds some more bullets onto the side here of Nosa. Continues to go for the spray, would not find it not just yet.
Plans out of the window here for GREEDYFORKILLS. Virtual Gaming just stepping up, one shot
Woo.
being the Terminator. So in a matter of moments, we have said goodbye to two teams. Unfortunately, Raad will not be getting that back-to-back winner chicken dinner because
Oh,
they were the first team to go out over towards Camp Bravo. It was Vampires that actually won that one out, and then obviously we just saw Virtual Gaming picking up the 4-piece here from GREEDYFORKILLS. So some very good starts for teams that we need to see a little bit more of.
I blinked and I missed it. That's exactly
Yep.
what happened with RUKH, because I'm like, wait, they're done? I thought they were waiting for the Paradise Resorts fight. By the way, it does look like that is not what they had in plan today. The side of timeouts, still find themselves very close to the players there from Mo Esports. Mo Esports still holding that very split landing. Right now, they do not look to have too many players around their side, but it looks like Triple Esports have opted for early rotation out of the boot camp as they send it towards the side there of timeout. And timeout is like, can we just catch a break on Sanhok?
They would wish they would have some time, but at least some of the shots here from Abdul will give them that opportunity. Thor going to be going down. Icy down now as Mo Esports comes on through with the third party. Going to be the saving grace here for timeout as they get that opportunity to regroup and now look for the rest of Triple Esports.
I hope the side of Mo Esports don't get too greedy. They have to stay true to that third party and do not get any closer as they continue to take the shot towards the side of timeout. Timeout definitely will be thankful to Mo Esports. They're like, thank you, my bro. Thank you for coming through with this ultimate support. But type triple, their lives are flashing before their eyes.
Reduced down to only 2, and in a bit of a troubling situation. Rotations out of this are going to be tough. Like you said, we've got Mo Esports, we've got Timeout that are trained onto their position. Once wrong move, and they could be saying goodbye to Triple Esports, and they just haven't had an opportunity to pick up those eliminations. They were the ones who started this with Timeout.
Yep. It almost looked like they crashed into that position only to get taken out. I want to call it something, but I'm not going to call it. But anyway, Mo Esports on the third party, that was nice to see. On the southern side, we do see VISTA Gaming and URUS getting up close and personal. A couple of shots will be going through, but this is the quarry area of the map. It is one of those very chunked up, condensed parts. You pretty much do not know where players are. It's a very terrible place to be in, if you ask me.
Yeah, Sanhok can be a little bit wild in some areas, so teams will just have to deal with it. This is the game that they're gonna play. Taking a look at it though, Vista, good information on towards URUS. Again, some weird hot drops, but it's been more quiet than we would imagine. Weiss just scouting things out, trying to see if they can isolate those pixels they saw moving around here in the bush line. Where are they? Where are these players hiding? That's going to be the question now. Vista still needing to move in to get that backup. If they start something here as a solo, and they don't have that cover, they don't have that opportunity to take the entire team, and we might have to say goodbye to It's a Boot, so they just want to hide this one out.
It's a very confident play coming through from Weiss here. It's the fact that he's still driving around, not even scared that, someone will take him out. It's something that I admire a little bit, and I really hope he plays out well for him as he continues to make that rotation through. CRYPTICS up on the north, still holding that split. They're not going to come down for that fight just yet. Side there of the world of battle, quietly making their exit from Sahmi. Blackjack Esports also on the eastern side, southeastern side of the circle, look to be looking nice.
Yeah, we've finally gotten the teams into their favorite positions. They've backed off a little bit from that initial hot drop action. We still have Triple Esports and Timeout staring deeply into each other's eyes. For now, they haven't made a single move. Mo Esports, in the meanwhile, have backed on out, and oof, that zone is gonna favor Virtual Gaming, Mo Esports, Triple Esports, and Timeout. Lazy Boy and the rest of CRYPTICS moving in from that northern side are gonna have an opportunity as well. The west looking pretty barren, but Wave Esports might take up positions there. As for the rest of those rotations, lots of contention towards the south and maybe just that southwestern section there, just passed by none. And we'll have to wait and see who are going to be picking each other apart here. URUS and Vista, in the meanwhile, also having a little bit of a stalemate.
I'm surprised to see URUS Esports still out here trying to take this engagement, though. They have 2 buggies, which means they can actually get the full squad. In fact, there's even a bike too, which means they can get the full squad out of this situation at least safely. We've seen the routes that Weiss was able to take, and it shows that okay, he can actually move out of this position without getting shot at. So I'd have expected, what's it called, disengagement coming through from the side of URUS, trying not to take that fight too early.
I mean, potentially. Maybe they're still getting a little bit of information, or maybe they don't have as much information as you would think. And they're still waiting for Vista to make a move so they can try and capitalize. They do have space within the zone, so they do have some time to relax, to wait for some of those rotations in, maybe even play a little bit of a gatekeep, as we know there's going to be quite a few southern rotations. See Titans now moving on in from the western side, just on the outskirts of boot camp. They'll be one of the few teams that don't have to fight their way into the zone. Blackjack Esports, on the other hand, I can't say the same for them. Lag also just behind Arab. Vampires now moving on into towards the eastern side, just circling Mo Esports, seeing what they can find out. They've already had such a good start. They wouldn't want it to end here, but they also don't want to be too quiet.
Lag Esports are being quiet right now. Something that we're not too surprised to see from them. And I really hope this is not passiveness coming through from their side. Vampires getting closer to the side there of Mo Esports. No shots going out quite yet as they're looking to gather information on those compounds. And I like the fact that Mo Esports have decided to opt to stay in a compound, try to work with more cover rather than running out in the open where they could get picked up from different locations. So I'm actually glad to see all of these beautiful
Ooh.
changes coming through from the side of Mo.
No, definitely. It's a good strategy change. We'll just have to see how they do take those fights when eventually some compound breaches will move on in. Talking about breaches, we do see Titans and URUS heading head to head, but of course, you can't forget about VISTA. They're still involved, and Biscay going to be sending off a cheeky nade. Does it find the connection? It's going to find Raouf, and now all of a sudden URUS in some trouble.
In a huge trouble. The people they try to run away from Vista Gaming would eventually find them. And Titan, they read that kill feed. They know who they're up against and they know how to take him out. Grenades up onto the side of Biscay as he gets into the buggy to get the hell out of there. Because man, when Titan Gaming is pushing with so much intensity, you want to leave the situation. 1 HP and Biscay will barely make it out.
I mean, that has to be some sort of an MVP play right there. Sneaking up into enemy territory, finding a double nade, getting that double elimination, then getting out of there, still with your life, away from Titans? Imagine. But here it is. Vista, they have turned the tides, picking up those sneaky 2 eliminations, now holding off against Titans. Ooh. That zone shift is going to mean they're going to have to find a pathing around or through Titans either way. So, going to see that altercation now come to fruition.
Yep, I think we do have the numbers advantage going into this engagement with Vista, hence why Vista is trying to leave, but it doesn't look like Titan are willing to let this one go. Grenades from Axa onto that position from Kakao would be chunking down HP so much, and Kakao's nade would find a knock up onto Axa, but he would take a whole load of damage coming through. The exit has been blocked, and Tick would push in. Talk about a play coming through from that man, as he's able to get yet another knock onto the side there of Vista Gaming. 1 player left is going to be Biscuit to try to hold down the fort.
Biscuit did manage to get that confirmation, so at least another elimination in the pocket here, but will they be able to survive this? Will they be able to once again try and retreat without getting taken on out? Titans, they don't want to have they don't want to let it happen twice. Come on, it's time you go down. We'll find you back in the lobby a little bit later on. Titans picking up a beautiful amount of eliminations, looking very aggressive, liking what I'm seeing. Blackjack Esports in the meanwhile, they've been eyeing out Arab Golden for quite some time now. Moving in from this western side, they have some information, but they haven't yet found that pathing around or past Arab to get into the zone.
It was such a nice play coming through from Axa there. Realizing that player was low, blocking the exit for him to move out and then taking the shots. That was nice to see. The World of Battle would lose their last player on rotation to the side of Blackjack. Or Blackjack, on the other hand, would be taking shots from the side of Arab Golden as Phoenix would be down to 3 now at the moment. He's in that blue zone. This is where he starts to become much of a trouble as Rugol is going to continue to tap towards his position. That blue zone is chunking HP faster than they can imagine. So it's probably going to be a tough one to get that HP back up.
That's the danger running those 2-2 splits, and unfortunately for Blackjack Esports, they just haven't had good luck with this roster change. I mean, this roster's really been put to the test in more ways than one. Now MG and Zeke trying to make that rotation through, trying to find the flanking opportunity to open up Arab Golden, to find a crack in the defense, but it's not working out just yet. Wanted so close to getting someone taken down, but Blackjack Esports, they're still finding those angles, and here comes the third party once again, none other than Mo Esports.
I'm enjoying the third-party action coming through from Mo Esports in this game. As we say, Sanhok is that map that they tend to do well a lot more. Esports getting that knock up onto MG. It's going to get swiped away by Broly there from Arab Golden. And I'm looking forward to seeing Mo Esports pull up a very great, gatekeep onto the side of Arab Golden as they look for a way into that circle from that east. It's interesting to see the side of Lag Esports not making any noise or even trying to get any close because I'm pretty sure they can actually hear the shots. So it's a question of Lag Esports, how long do you want to play passive for?
We were just talking about them, and there it is. They just took a knock. Arab Golden have just taken 2 as well. Lag now into the fire, trying to find those opportunities over towards Arab Golden. You can see the rotations just met at the right time, or the wrong time in this case for Arab Golden. A9Q still needing to get themselves in. You can see that HP bar is chunking. Now Arab Golden trying to recover their players, but look at the shots. Where are they coming from? Information not had.
Timeout also putting a little bit of a third-party action in here, but right now this is stage 4. Revives are almost not possible. Matter of fact, probably not possible at this point of the game. Mexico gonna be the last player left for the squad, and he will eventually get taken out. That's gonna be Laggy Sports going out early in 12th position. Only 3 eliminations that they were able to accrue in this game, which means they're not gonna be getting too many points up on board.
Timeouts after that little bit of an awkward stare down here with Triple Esports. Looks like they will finally be moving on forward. I'm going to be making that rotation right alongside URUS. Weiss is going to be hearing those noise, sending up a few shots, is going to be finding hazards almost immediately. Immediate thirst on top of it. So Weiss will be managing to pick up that extra elimination. Mido now here for the revive, or at least the revenge. But CRYPTICS, hello, vampires. They found one another.
CRYPTICS always making this rotation into Paradise Resorts. Last time they did, they met a whole load of players going down in this same building. Right now, they are pushing up onto that building more carefully this time. Grenades in their hand, trying to see if they can get a little bit of an opening. But DBS all across the place for the side there of Vampire Esports. That door closed, almost coming in clutch out there as the DBS will take down Lazy Boy. Vampires holding up the tide so nicely.
CRYPTICS definitely still trying to find an opening here. Stop will be going down, but still 2 more members to try and scout out, trying to fish them out with grenades, trying to find at least one, and that's going to be it. Savage now up on the plate, having to hold up, having to get this clutch on in, otherwise we're going to be saying goodbye to Vampires, and so far, they've been doing well. It's been equal footing, but Senke with the DBS or the S12K still holding on. Now just the numbers move on in for the closure.
I like the fact that CRYPTICS understanding that these players holding DBS means they're very, very lethal at the moment, and they decided to play that one very slowly. But anyway, it does look like MEA Sports getting pushed by the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. They're holding up quite nicely as they're able to get yet a couple of eliminations up onto the side. Already up to 4. Sarabu will be the last player left for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad, but Blackjack Esports coming in for the spoiler is going to be Hiskate to get a thirst up onto Hate. And now this is where MEA Sports cannot lose their focus. Paradox does send it straight into the blue zone. Hiskate loses a whole lot of HP, goes for the jump shot and the zone, chunking down his HP bar solo. That Vortex just has to come in for a cheeky little jump shot, and it's going to get him down.
Yeah, they had to get that elimination at least before the play zone did, but almost immediately sending Virtual Gaming back into the lobby. So 2 team wipes in a matter of seconds. MEA Esports looking like a completely different team, already up with 6 eliminations. They are our elimination leaders, currently still alive in the lobby, but this rotation is going to be challenging. CRYPTICS right up ahead of them. Timeout on the turn on the roundabouts rotation, looking to potentially cut off their pathing here. Petrox now being caught out in the open. El Chapo going to be spotting out some movement, and now one well-placed nade, a good follow-up shot could be the end.
Definitely could be the end. I'm admiring the split and the spread coming through from the side of Titan on that northwestern side. Wavy Sports making a very, very late rotation into the circle. Now they find themselves on the outskirts of Paradise Resorts. CRYPTICS definitely be waiting for them to come in. MEA Sports still out there in Paradise have to start to make their exit. Timeout also in Paradise. I think this is that part of Sanhok that everyone's just gonna have to relax and chill.
Oh, they're right next to Paradise Resort. You know, you can go inside, get a bit of a massage, and get ready for the rest of the game. But it's going to be a tough one here for Wave Esports. Petrox has sent through those smokes, trying to get their teammates to join them, and that's exactly why. Finding that opener on towards El Chapo, is this going to be the cause for the follow-up? Can they push on in? Can they take out CRYPTICS? Then they have a foothold into the zone. They have compound, they have cover, so they need to get a move on before that res gets popped off.
Smokes have been deployed and the push has started. Petrox sending a Molotov upstairs, not quite hitting the mark yet. And the side of Wavy Sports, I like the fact that they're approaching this fight with the intention that they're going up against the full squad. Trying not to overextend, trying not to push too much, as they're just trying to see if they can find those intro knocks with the grenades before they start to send upstairs. But it's only a matter of time. That blue zone is closing, and it most likely, it does favor them, so no need to rush. Take your time.
Well, you still have a few neighbors upstairs that you need to deal with, so at some point, That is going to bring the heat, but Mo Esports still going to have an opportunity. However, Timeout now moving into their territory, trying to get some of that well-needed real estate. Meanwhile, we still have this stalemate here between Wave and CRYPTICS. Just finding one knock, one opportunity could mean they're going to be sending it up those stairs.
And they keep throwing the nades into the wrong rooms. I feel like just telling them that, no, bro, you've got to just shift your aim. Anyway, things about shifting is going to be the attention, as Titan Gaming would shift their attention onto the side of URUS Esports, Wise in a whole load of danger, and he would eventually get taken out, as Titans now looking to have found their rhythm out here on the map of Sanhok. We questioned them yesterday. How come you're doing bad on the map of Sanhok? We want to see you put up good performances on Sanhok. And right now, holding up 6 elims and a 3-man squad, they're looking so strong.
Absolutely, we needed that energy coming back from Titans. I mean, it would be very good to see that dominating presence from them and to see how the other teams match up, because then it's going to be experience versus some of these new challenges, which would be really cool to see. But for now, we have to wait. CRYPTICS, Wave Esports, still that stalemate in action. Timeout getting closer and closer to Mo Esports. While Titans, they have all the time in the world. They just get to relax here over towards the western side, while Triple Esports are over towards the south.
I think the thing here for Wave Esports is to at least try to get upstairs, try to push a little bit closer, get a little bit of information onto what is going on the top of the building. 10K, like that position is holding, because if the Molotovs do come in, he's most likely not going to get into it unless he jumps on there. Triple Esports still alive in this one way or the other, as they do look to face their attention onto the side here of Timeout.
Yeah, they're making that rotation in, and once again, they're having that stare down with Timeout. What are the odds that they have just rotated alongside each other, time in and time out? But now it is a 2v2, so they have that equal opportunity. Mo Esports going to be once again the third-party Angels, although this time they're going to be punishing Timeout.
6 eliminations already onto the side of Mo Esports. They're still looking strong, even as a 2-man squad. Titan Gaming now spreading their wings all across Paradise as they're looking to hold such great performer positions. And I feel like at this point, Titan Gaming already knows that every other person that's left in this circle is somewhere around Paradise and the outskirts. Hence why they have 3 players just around, trying to gather information from every single possible position. And this is where Wave Esports might start to regret not pushing up to the top of that building as soon.
I mean, this is the only time. This is one of the few teams that I'd be like, why are they taking a 1-1-1 split? I mean, who is crazy enough to do that? Well, Titans. We have seen literally individuals take out entire teams before, and now Puncher looking to do the same over towards Wave. They took way too much time here with CRYPTICS, and now it's going to be Titans to try and close this one out.
They are decimating everyone who is trying to come out of that little building. CRYPTICS will be the first to go down as Wave Esports make their way to the top of the hill. Petrox trying to see if he can find an Orca. Stick would be the last player left, at least on this front, for the side there of Titan. Actually, for Titan Gaming in general, as P6 has been felt by the side there of Triple Esports. Mo Esports trying to see if they can come in for the third party. But I don't know, man. What boy can he do? Paradox is the last player left. It's all solos left. Wave, Petrox getting chased by that blue zone. Has to go for that full send up onto Titans. The jump shot would send him back to the lobby. And Triple Esports, good boy, definitely saw that trend, sending in some grenades as the blue zone starts to chunk the HP off Mo Esports.
This is a 1v, potentially 2, potentially another 2 situation. Titans got that res on up. Triple Esports trying to do the same. Paradox just out in the blue, stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. So not sure if they're going to be joining the party anytime soon. They might have to just stick it out in the blue. But now it's the Titans and the Triple who are going to be taking this winner chicken dinner.
It's interesting to see Triple Esports to have survived this long, but the Titans have got the momentum. They are going in for that push. Old boy in a whole load of trouble as the pre-fires will come through. HP chunks very low. The jump shot to take him down, but Chor is good for the trade. But he has to go up in that 1v1. Reload has to come through as Paradox now would coming for the third party. He gets the thirst. Mo Esports already up to 7 elims. Paradox now, he just wants to grab the thirst. That is all he's fighting for. Taking in some shots towards Ponchar, he would get the thirst. And he's now up in the 1v1. Up against Titan Gaming. Pull through. Paradox lose a whole lot of HP. Down to a Slither. If I scream his name too loud, he will go down. And Tick realizes that through the 3 will get the knock, and that is Titan Gaming securing the chicken dinner out here in Sanhok.
Man, oh man, what a surprising Sanhok. I mean, I was I was saying, Mo Esports, Sanhok, maybe we're seeing some of that celebration, but Titans back on Sanhok with that energy, 11 eliminations towards the end. There might be a little bit more, I lost count, honestly. With all of the chaos in those final moments, Titans definitely back a very good energy and already doing much better than what they did yesterday.
And speaking of energy, I like the energy that Mo Esports actually brought into this Sanhok game. You could tell that they came into this Sanhok game with the energy of third party. All they did throughout this game was third party, gatekeep, and this was just nice to see. And towards that last fight, we could just see there, like Paradox, he was just out here looking for those elims. He just wanted to grab the elims as much as possible because it's like, going up in that 1v1, maybe that is not my strongest suit. But ultimately, it was a good game for the side here of Mo Esports, but still, Titans.
I'm just saying, all of our predictions, other than Rad, we'll leave that one on the side, got to the top 3. So I'm just saying, Sanhok, what can we say? But predictions aside, these teams definitely are stepping up the plate. We know this is a very, very tough week for any team to try and still find points if they want to get themselves qualified for those final slots. And a team like Titans definitely doesn't need points, but it's good to see them still applying that pressure onto the rest of the teams. That Sanhok game was absolutely mad. Let's go and take a look at the recap. I'm just saying, the highlights from Sanhok look like so much more fun than the highlights from Miramar, but we don't get Sanhok heavy days. I know it's not too great for the teams, but it'd be very entertaining to watch. Sanhok was an absolutely fantastic game, and we have to take a look at those match rankings to see where everyone ended up and ultimately who took those top slots.
Yeah, I feel like Titan Gaming, it's undefeated, 12 elimination points going across the board. As we see them grab 22 total points. Mo Esports in second place, able to grab 15 points up on board. And look at that. Every other person has just little amount of points. I mean, Timeout in third with only 8 points. Triple Esports with 7, CRYPTICS with 6. Vampires slowly but steadily putting numbers up on board.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they really started off well with that engagement against Ra'ad in boot camp. I mean, the fact that they won that out with pretty much next to 0 losses and then making those moves on in, it was so good to see. But I have to agree with you, the energy that Mo Esports are bringing to Sanhok is so fantastic. I mean, they are taking in much tighter rotations, they are taking in a lot of more third-party opportunities, they're picking up eliminations as they're making rotations. I just want to see them do that on the other maps, especially on those Miramar. Since we have that Miramar heavy day, I feel like we could be talking a whole different story about Mo Esports if they clearly have the capacity, they have the ability to put up numbers. We just need to see that consistency move in.
Yeah, and with Virtual Gaming Squad actually putting up numbers on board, it starts to become more and more of a task for Mo Esports. As we said yesterday, Virtual Gaming Squad is that team that is on 16th position, which is what the side there of Mo Esports, Vampires, Smash Team, and the side there of Timeout are looking to climb above. And right now, Timeout do seem to be giving up pretty impressive numbers. But if Virtual Gaming Squad continues to put up numbers on board, it just becomes more of a task for these teams.
Absolutely. Again, trying to fight into that entryway. The teams are going to keep moving, whether you move or not. So, as we move on to that second page, for Wave Esports, I feel like it was so close. It could have been a completely different story if they had managed to take that engagement with CRYPTICS much sooner rather than later. But alas, that's just how the cookie crumbles. And for some of the teams, it's not cookies that are crumbling, it is donuts that are crumbling. The World Battle and Ra'ad will be our 2 customers for the day, but thankfully, they were the only customers on Sanhok.
Yeah, so far so good. We've only been seeing 2 teams per game, which is pretty much a nice average. Vista Gaming already falling. This is the second game of the day, and they've not been able to quite put up impressive numbers. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. We wanted to see that consistency from yesterday, and we're not really seeing that consistency coming through from this team today.
It's a bit of a worrisome ideal to see. Like we said, it's the consistency from Vista that really capitalized them to the top of the overall standings yesterday, and now it's just nowhere to be seen. But there's still 3 maps left for the day for all of us. Well, we'll have to wait and see how many Vista opportunities they do get. Black Hand, on the other hand, they were the other team that we were highlighting as someone that, could have brought in a much more consistent performance. And they obviously didn't get to play that Sanhok game. They're going to come back now for the next helping of Miramar. And we know they have been showcasing a lot more of that explosive potential. So, Vista Gaming, they need to be careful. They might be saying goodbye to their first slot opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, and right now with the way Titans is climbing up the board, and now we're heading into another Miramar that Titans would play. I don't know, man. Vista, that #1 spot is very shaky.
It's looking scary, it's looking dicey, but it's spicy, and that's what we want from PUBG Mobile. So, again, go fill up those drinks, go fill up that popcorn. There's a lot more action right around the corner, but first, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right with you.
نجمة جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخي انقفت من هناك وهنا اسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان الى هذا الزون يحاول انه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ باصابه ثانيه
مؤذيتين باصابات مؤذيه في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Welcome back. I hope you've got those refreshments. We still got plenty of maps left. 3 more helpings of opportunities for these teams to get some good placement points. We know that Sanhok didn't quite go the way in which some of the teams planned. Ra'ad definitely would have hoped that they would have had as good of a performance they had on Miramar on that Sanhok, but Sanhok is just wild, man. Honestly, it brings in some of the best and the worst of us at the same time. Mo Esports, though, we've spoken about this. This energy they bring on Sanhok, it means they can do it, Crowns. It means they know how to do it. Why aren't they doing it on Miramar and Erangel?
And I feel like Sanhok is that chaotic map, right? And Mo Esport happens to be that team that knows how to capitalize on that chaos, right? So whenever everyone is going at it, Mo Esport is like, hey, we're here, just ignore us. We're just going to take a couple of eliminations here and there. So, your stuff.
But come on, we've got all of that chaos on Erangel, we've got all of that chaos on Miramar, especially in this week. I feel like if ever there was a week for Mo Esports to rise to the top to get those placement points those elimination points, it is this week in terms of the chaos. But hey, at least they're doing it on Sanhok. I want to see them do it on Miramar, especially now since we're going back to Miramar. There is an opportunity for them to still do it because Group C will obviously be sitting out, that being Vampires, The World of Battle, GREEDYFORKILLS, and URUS.
Group D coming back into action. Black Hand, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and the Mind Weapon coming back to play this third game of the day. We're heading back into Miramar again, and I just can't help right now. My prediction for this Miramar game, I want to say Blackjack, but I think I'm gonna keep my money on Wave Esports.
I would like to see something coming through from Wave Esports. Like I said, that Sanhok towards the end there, I thought it was going to end up a little bit differently because they had that information on CRYPTICS. They were looking like they were going to force them out of that issue, take that compound, and then maybe we could have seen a different finish, but I don't know. We've also not really had anything from the likes of RUKH Esports. We mentioned it, they started off with a really good game. They showcased a little bit of that aggressive energy once again, and then they were just so quiet. It just feels like they're teasing us at this point, saying like, oh, we're here, but we're not going to do as crazy of the things that we did in the first week. So I'm hoping that they bring some of that energy back. We still have to question Mark next to Titan, because yesterday it was the first 2 games that they did pretty decently. They picked up those points. That's why they found themselves in that placement on the overall standings. And then the last 3 games is where it didn't really go according to plan. So what do you think? Titans, this game, Miramar, they've got the opportunity.
Yeah, hence why I didn't actually predict them for this game, because I'm like, given what we've seen from Titan yesterday and the way they've been playing, I'm like, no, not the way they've been playing. The way they played yesterday is why I'm not really going to mention Titan gaming going into this Miramar game. I feel like this is probably one of those, the second Miramar games where they're going to not be that Titan gaming that we know. But I feel like, I don't know why, part of me just feels like Wave Esports have been inching closely to a chicken dinner. And I feel like this game, they might just be able to do it.
I am gonna hope so. And even if they don't do it with placements, at least like get some aggressive energy and get some eliminations. That's really gonna help them bolster it, because they were too quiet on Sanhok. Again, I'm gonna go back to it. Because they were so quiet, they had the right idea, they had the right timing, they had the information, they just didn't go with it. And we've seen them take some of these crazy cheeky plays before. We know they're capable of capitalizing on the chaos like Mo Esports has. So I want to see it on Miramar at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, that is something that I really want to see decided of Wave. And I think for Wavy Sport, it just became a situation of they're trying to what's the word now? They're so used to snatching chickens, right? I'm not gonna use the other word. They're so used to snatching chickens that when they got into that position, they're like, let's just play passive, and it did not pay out well for them at all.
But of course, Crowns, before we get into the action for the third map of the day, there is a little bit of love that we need to shine on our fantastic sponsor.
Yes, sir. Monster Energy, official energy drink partner of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I keep messing it up, but thank you very much, Monster Energy, for sponsoring this tournament. And it wouldn't be anything right now without Monster. And I was actually thinking of something before the show. Think about this, visualize this. A Monster Energy drink skin for the Monster truck.
I've seen it before. Like, legit, they had like a little cup holder for all of the energy drinks in the game. I legit have seen it before.
Hey!
It was so good.
I'm actually, now we just need to get it in the game, no?
Yeah, permanently, like a permanent edition, you know. Hunch, hunch,
Yeah.
nudge, nudge.
Uh,
Whoever has the power to make that happen, cuff, cuff.
Cough, cough. Listen. Anyway, welcome to Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. We do have that playing part taking us all the way from that eastern edge of the map, taking us all the way to the north of La Cobriera. And this is one of those relatively nice playing parts. I feel like Los Leones people will be a little bit happier today. Every other team should be fine with their drop location. We'll be seeing yet another trailer park landing coming through from the side of Titan Gaming. I feel like every other team should be quite all right. They should be able to get settled.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna bring in some of that action now. That drop site is gonna give ample amount of opportunity for the teams that are heading into that northern reach of Miramar. So a good amount of travel time that's gonna be cut down for them. So that means more boots on the ground. But then this this is a thing with Miramar that we've seen time in and time out, more so than any other map. Flight zone or the flight path is on one side of the map, and the zone goes to the complete opposite end. And now the teams who were thinking of going to the north might just have to turn around.
And I was just about to say congratulations to these teams. You know, the playing path is very good. It works out well for them. But zone goes psych. Nope. Goes down
You
to the
thought?
south. And right now, I really want to see how these teams would play. CRYPTICS would be happy about this one. They happen to be that team that likes to play on that southern edge of the map, which means this map or this zone going towards the south wouldn't be something that would pose too much of a trouble for them. It's going to be much of a trouble for teams that are out there on that north. Titan Gaming, Smash, Raad, even up to the side of the Mind Waypoint. I feel like these are teams that would actually have a little bit of trouble making it into the circle.
It's definitely going to be very interesting to see how these teams deal with this rotation on through. You can already see Mo Esports. I mean, they're all the way up there towards Oasis, which is a place we don't often see teams go. So they're going to give some love to some weird locations, but unfortunately, they're going to be one of the teams that are going to have to make the furthest run for their money and run for the zone. I'm telling you, dude, water zones and Miramar. This is like the third or fourth we've seen in the last couple of days. I can explain it.
I mean, you should be able to. This is the East proxy zone, you know? It's the S proxy zone. It's that zone that, just pushes everybody to the water, making things a little bit uncomfortable for us. Question is, how long are we going to see the water come into play in this particular map? We already see it already having about 10-20%, which means the next zone shift may or may not favor it, but I'd like to see CRYPTICS actually not in Chumasera. That is quite surprising. I thought they would find vehicles and head all the way to Chumasera, but it looks like they will be giving it a little bit more time today, playing around, trying to find a little bit of scrappy loot before they make it in there.
Absolutely, and I mean Titans, they're all the way up towards the top of Trailer Park, so they're one of the other teams that we normally see towards at least Val del Mar, potentially even Minas del Val, but nope, because of that fly path, that's all that it is. Honestly, that the teams they looked, fly path was there, they had to make a call. They were not going to be expecting that zone to take all that way shifting towards the south. So we'll see. Los Leones at least still has its usual suspects, Blackjack Esports, Wave, and of course the likes of Arab Golden. And we'll see if they're going to be keeping that neighbor treaty or if any chaos is going to happen in those apartment buildings. But for now, all of the teams just needing to get their loot on up. So now, this is where we need to pose the question to you, Browns. Position in zone. Where would be one of the first places you're heading?
That little arc that is just out there on the south of Picado. Maybe on the east of Picardo, when we look at where Ragnar is situated, if you look at that little sea arc, I feel like that is a spot where you could gather a lot of information. You just stand there, you have that high ground advantage, you see all the way into Picado, you also get a little bit of a view onto what is going on around the Minas Generalis / graveyard area. There's a little bit of La Bendita that you could also, spot out. At least that's for teams heading in from the north. For the southern side, you pretty much have everywhere to play with. It's just dependent on how comfortable you find yourself. You already see Titan Gaming already going for that western rotation, which they most likely will be going towards the hills of Chumasera. Also a very nice place to hold. So I think for the northern teams, they need to start their rotations as quickly as possible, else it's going to be a world of danger for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with the likes, so I mean, just to build on what you've said, Timeout currently holding that position that you were talking about, just south of Picardo, but also any teams that are holding those northern reaches, teams that got their boots on the ground early, got their loot up early, and now have that opportunity to sit and wait in the northern portion of the zone, they have an opportunity to take shots at everyone needing to make a rotation. And when I say a good half of the zone, half points of the teams we have on this lobby have to go through that northern side, have to make the rotation in. So there's a big opportunity for teams if they set themselves up. They can be picking up a lot of eliminations, or at least, at the very least, an absolute ton of information.
And this is where I get worried about Mo Esports. And in case everyone is wondering, oh, why are they giving so much love to Mo Esports? I think if you watch the previous phases, you would actually understand why Mo Esports is actually receiving this much love. But Mo Esports is a team that right now I'm very curious to see how they would make this rotation into the circle. They happen to be the furthest on the north, which means as they're rotating into the circle, they're probably going to have to drive through the side of Black Hand, Virtual Gaming Squad. There's going to be Smash Team in the mix. Vista Gaming also around there somewhere. There's even Timeout too. So that's quite a lot of teams.
And it's a problem, right? And we said it. They were one of the teams that had to take the furthest rotation. They were in the most northern reach of Miramar, places we don't see teams go almost ever. I think they're one of the first teams that I've seen actually drop in Oasis, if I'm to be honest, at least in PMPL Africa. So yeah, they have a very far rotation. I can also say the same for RUKH Esports. Heading through from Tor Al Humada, they also have a very far rotation, and that rotation, the longer you take, it's just you're giving more time to the rest of the teams. You're exposing yourself more to the surrounding teams, which is always a problem, and it's always a bit of a worry. But wave here over towards the southern portion of Los Leones, it looks like they've taken this whole idea of giving space to their neighbors to a whole new level.
It's interesting to see Wave Esports actually being the first team to leave Los Leones. Normally, we would see Blackjack be that team to get out of Los Leones first. But for some reason, they've decided to stay in Los Leones for quite a while. And I guess it's probably because the zone still has a large chunk of Los Leones. There's still that little chance that we might be getting a city finish. So I think they're willing to take that gamble. But the thing is, if all of these teams who really like to send towards the center of the circle start to head towards that center circle, it becomes a problem to leave Los Leones.
It does definitely become a problem. And again, rotations, all of these teams are setting up some sort of a trick, some trap they are waiting to get utilized. We do have the likes of Triple Esports, at least, slowly but surely getting closer to that southern portion. Titans also making the rotation into Minas del Val. So we at least have a little bit of love for the southern portion of our map. We can see it right there. And Rad might be joining Titans. We'll have to wait and see if they're going to continue on that rotation, waiting for this next zone shift. This is fun. This is now where things get fun, because that little island, again, we don't go there often. We don't go to Los Higos often, but it can happen. We can see this zone shift all the way to the south.
Yes, this is your fault. We still have water in the zone. And I feel
sorry, but I'm not sorry.
I feel like this is going to be a fun game for the likes of CRYPTICS. They do look to find themselves on that northern part of the circle. And like I said, this is pretty much familiar area for the side here of CRYPTICS. But when you have Titans who also have this place as familiar area, also around that side of the map, it becomes a little bit of a trouble. Right now, I really feel bad for Raad because they're the ones that find themselves in between two huge Miramar giants going into this game. But like I said, the rotation for the teams from the north just continues to get harder as this zone shifts.
Oh, it's so much chaos. I do feel bad for the players. I do. I promise. But it's really fun to watch. So I'm also not sorry. But I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. But hey, it's fine. They'll deal with it. I don't have to deal with it, at least. We've got the rest of the teams now moving into towards that northern side. Ra'ad, as you mentioned, currently sandwiched between Titans and CRYPTICS, trying to take a bit of an off-angle approach into the zone. And unfortunately, that off-angle is going to lead them straight into El Chapo. It doesn't look like the shot is going to connect. I don't know if Azem is going to make it. Ooh, but the backup, that might give them the opportunity to try and make this rotation as safely as they possibly can.
Well, now backup needs backup as Ghazi just get uprooted from that vehicle by Lazy Boy. And this is just, a huge sacrifice coming through from the side of Ghazi. I enjoy it, but I enjoy it in terms of it works because you're looking out for your teammate. I don't enjoy it because, I mean, man's just got taken out.
Yeah, I gotta say goodbye to him. But he laid on his sword for his teammates. They will go on without him. And we'll have to wait and see if RUKH can turn this Miramar into anything successful. They have managed to at least get past CRYPTICS, so they have opportunity towards that center portion of the new zone. Black Hand, also, this is still all the way out in the blue, and they still have the likes of Mo Esports moving on into their territory.
And this is what we're talking about the northern teams having a tough time with the rotation. I mean, Black Hand, Mo Esports, Virtual Gaming Squad all find themselves on this northern side, trying to make it into the circle. They're still in the blue zone. They're barely in Picado. You know, there's shots going out everywhere. And now Black Hand would be the one suffering the brunt as they would eventually lose all players. All players done and dusted. Mo Esports with 3 elims. You love to see that one. But Black Hand, donut shop.
Yeah, donut shop indeed, and it sucks because it's literally you're just rotating. You're not even getting an opportunity to take that fight. But that's why we said rather just opt for that early rotation. I mean, find another place to get some loot going. That zone is going to center up, so we still have some water in the mix, but at least we're not heading towards that Los Higos island. So CRYPTICS, Smash. Smash has been one of those teams that moved on into this territory quite late, but they are going to be greeted with Marshall, which is an extra elimination they can add to the tally.
CRYPTICS now already starting to play that very, very wide splits that would always see from them. It's getting concerning. They do lose one player, and it doesn't even look like anyone was close enough to, you know, give that much of the support. But still, everyone still has to make it into the circle. TIMEOUT looking quite confident. Same thing can be said about VISTA. But man, the amount of teams in the blue zone is getting me worried.
Yeah, that blue zone. We know that blue zone has it doesn't have its own KDA, but if it did, it would have one of the best KDAs in this game because time in and time out, we have to say goodbye to the players. It's too consistent, and unfortunately, players get forced out on the outskirts. You take too long, you're just gonna get gate kept. We can see now Vista. They thankfully have made it into the zone, but they immediately go into an engagement here with Blackjack Esports holding a little bit more of a central position, at least closer to center, as we wait for more teams to move on in. And again, that northern side, the western side of the zone is where all the action is going to go down because we still have a flood of teams running to get into zone.
A lot of bandages would be used in this game. I really wish I could see the statistics about the meds that will be used throughout just this game alone, because I'm pretty sure it's a lot. Speaking of statistics, we're looking at the side of Titans earlier. They're averaging 7 eliminations per game on Miramar. That is crazy numbers. Last time we saw these type of numbers in the first week, but you know, from other teams, it started to trickle down as we went from week to week. But Titans, they just seem to stay consistent.
Yeah, they're back again. I mean, if they can make this game into something, at least just something positive for them, then I would hazard a guess and say that that weird, quiet energy we saw from them yesterday might be gone. But CRYPTICS, they might be the other team that might be gone, but not in the positive manner. Unfortunately, being reduced down once again, losing players left, right, and center. And now they only have 2 to work with.
Play as a team. Like, it gets confusing. The rotations that we're seeing there coming through from CRYPTICS, it's almost like it's unplanned. It almost feels like it's random coming through from the side of CRYPTICS. And I felt like this was pretty much their zone, given that it is so much on the south, but they were playing so spread out, and now it's not paying out for them. They're already down to just one player, Lazy Boy, to hold down the fort for them.
Yeah, it's tough. I thought they were at least down to 2, but I was lagging behind there. Lazy Boy is going to have to, well, try and do what Lazy Boy does best. We've seen Lazy Boy clutch this out before, but that was in a 1v3 scenario, and there was a lot less teams in a lot more space. So now the ranks have just moved on up. Virtual Gaming also taking hit after hit. Mo Esports still just sprinting, trying to get themselves in. At least Hansley is inside the zone trying to scout out an area, but they have to hold up their own against Titans if they want to stay that way. And you can already see that Nox moves on in. Paradox, the only member still up, and Adam, and they are still out in the blue.
It's a lot of trouble. It's a troublesome rotation for the side of Mo Esports that they're not even able to make it into the zone as a full squad. And now they've lost pretty much all their players. They do have a couple of eliminations to speak of, which would help them in the long run. They just have to try to back it up with a little bit more placement points. But this was pretty much unfortunate given that heavy zone shift. But anyway, Teak would get that introduction knock onto the side of VGS, gets another knock to go through, and is down for a 3-piece. And this man continues to pull up. Teak OP, don't play.
That's what I said. Titans, they're just so confident. They let one player take out entire teams, and here it is, Teak just taking out the entirety of virtual gaming. Like, I don't know. I don't want to insult virtual gaming because that was just, I don't know even how to explain how Teak managed to do that, but they did. And now Titans reigning supreme here with 5 eliminations, the highest in the lobby. Only one behind them. It is Mo, but my esports already reduced down to only Paradox. Paradox did make it into the zone, but again, it is these solos that are going to have to carry it out. And one of the solos, CRYPTICS, are going to have to say goodbye to.
It's becoming dangerous, the amount of space that Titan is having on that western edge. And this is Miramar
No
again.
one's touching them.
You know they're going to capitalize on that one. Anyway, VISTA still looking to welcome the side of the mind weapon. White Boy just looking to stay on the outskirts, cause a little bit of confusion. But they're taking so many fights on different fronts. They're not in the zone, which means the blue zone is going to have to force this engagement. As we see White Boy pushing closer to BSK, but BSK is going to stay true to the grenade. And indeed, he will get it to work as he's going to get that knock and straight up thirst onto the side there of the mind weapon.
What a way to greet someone entering your home. Here's a nade right to your face. Thank you very much. Vista Gaming making that next rotation on in. Shots firing. Paradox out here trying as a solo to get some eliminations for the team, but they're up against almost a full squad here of Vista Gaming. A 3-piece now. Mazzaro holding on, sending through a little bit of utility. That blue zone going to be forcing the issue. Paradox out in the open. No cover to speak of. And slowly but surely that space is running out.
You got it. Mazzaro able to get that first aid up, but Paradox now find himself in a little bit of danger as the rest of these are now looking to form up closely, and Mazzaro with a quick pick would send him back. 4 eliminations, 11th position, more esports. The run comes to an end in this game.
It's definitely looking a lot healthier. It's not quite the Sanhok performance that they're bringing to Miramar, but it's definitely an improvement from what we've seen previously. Now, looking at that zone, oof, it is looking spicy. Still have some water, but I'm expecting a little bit of a send up unless we are going all the way to the south, which is going to be tough for these teams now to work with that edge line. So if we do head towards Titans, however, that terrain is going to be delicious.
I'm going to say there's still a little chunk of water, or there's a little bit of water.
Tiny, it's like just to dip your feet in, you know, if it's getting a bit too hot on Miramar, you just quickly go dip your feet, cool off, get ready.
Anyway, it does look like we have a full send up there on that northeastern edge. It's Blackjack sending it on to the side there of Vista Gaming. BSK once more will be the last player left. And I've not really enjoyed, you know, this is what we said going into today's games, right? Like, we want to test Vista Gaming and see how well they would play if they're not keeping that space that they want. And it does look like BSK is going for yet another nade onto the side there of Blackjack Esports. Would not get it to connect up onto Phoenix shots yet, but that man is getting bathed with it. All sorts of triples to his location. And MG's grenade would finally seal the works for the side there of Blackjack Esports. And Vista Gaming not quite having the best of days today.
No, not quite. And again, it could be with those VOD reviews coming in, or the teams have just changed up a few of those rotations. We know this map is a bit of an outlier just purely based on the flight path to the zone combination. A lot of these rotations are not going to go as these teams are planned, and unfortunately there's nothing that could have actually predicted that we were going to be dealing with such a sudden shift. But now, the teams that are looking to try and capitalize off of this absolute chaos is the likes of Titan and of course Blackjack Esports. Titans up with 7 eliminations. Triple Esports now trying to start picking up some of their own, but unfortunately they fall down to Wave.
Wave Esports have finally decided to wake up and stand up as they send the trouble towards the side here of Triple. Third party is really imminent. Old Boy will be the last player left for the squad, and he has to run and gone away from 2 teams. He's able to go to the bottom of the hill, find a little bit of a safe haven. For Wave Esports now, they have to go head-to-head against the side here of timeouts. They did get the knock to make things a little bit even, and Gaddafi now looking to lead the charge.
Unfortunately, there's no real safe places here. This is all outside in the zone. At some point, you're going to give up that position. You're going to have to move on in. And if you're going to be trying to take this terrain, trying to climb it up, I don't know how Old Boy is going to get themselves out of this. But we'll have to wait and see. We do see that RUKH Esports are actually holding and waiting for rotations on the lower end of that coastline and RUKH towards the top. So timeout, wave, they need to get this fight over and done with as minimal losses as possible. But timeout have different plans.
Timeouts really have different plans up against the side of Wave Esports. Ragnar now taking a lot of third-party shots as Wave Esports now. They need to grab a revive up as they're now down to 2. This is not how they wanted this push to go through, but they do not have a choice. The blue zone is not their friend at this moment as that grenade up onto one knock is good. Sends the vehicle flying but would not get the damage done. Emo very low on HP and he would fall. Ragnar is going to be the last player left to hold down the tides. He's got the DBS in hand. One knock coming through from the side would be able to get a knock up onto triple, but he jumps too early and goes down to Raad.
This is the problem. Either you go towards the top points of this location or you go to the coastline. Either way, RUKH or Rahad are ready to greet you and will send you back into the lobby. Titans now feeling some of that pressure. Blackjack Esports have moved on into their territory. P6 on a sliver of HP. The rest of Titans trying to give them space, trying to find the angle back into the action. Puncher so far off. I don't know have the angle to back up their teammates.
Nobody knows at this point. We're not too sure. But Titan Gaming have been having fun with the lobby. 9 eliminations to their name. They have a lot of space. And now they're on the north, looking to play gatekeeper onto the side of Blackjack Esports and Arab Golden. But Arab Golden now looking for a way into the circle. Through the smoke, Zeke would find the knock onto the side of Quality as they are telling him no to that rotation.
Ooh, let's bring in some of this craziness. Arab Golden. They try to chime in, they try to jump in with the action, getting for a bit of a third-party opportunity, but Blackjack Esports had already backed off. And now, all that we're seeing is information given either side. Blackjack, once again, up for another attempt. They're doing this slowly. Blue zone right on their backs as they are heading closer and closer towards Titans. Maybe they edge towards Arab Golden and take them out instead.
Pretty sure Blackjack Esports had the taps coming through from the side of Titan, so they definitely know there is a team right above them. What is surprising is the fact that they've not actually taken that initiative to try to figure out what team is actually up there on their north. They do go for that full send, which is very risky as we see MG already drawing closer to the side of Arab Golden. And right now, it looks like Blackjack Esports aren't even focused on the zone. They just want to see if they can get all the players there from Arab Golden out and done.
Out and done would be a good way to get rid of your opponents, especially to give you that space into this next zone. Titans still trying to hold on to this northern side. They're sticking around. They want to have control. They want to pick up as many eliminations as they possibly can. Like you said, they were sitting on 9. They're already on those double digits. Why not add to a few more? We know generally that average for teams who are just absolutely wild with it get those 15 eliminations. Titans definitely looking like they can make that a possibility here. But Blackjack Esports is going to be their first obstacle now that Arab are gone.
More like Titans will be the obstacle for the side of Blackjack Esports, as Blackjack looking for a way to inch closely into the circle. But I like the way Titans are taking advantage of the space. We see P6 just going for a very long split, and that is going to prevent Blackjack Esports from having so much space moving to the circle. His angle now very paramount, and I would be very intrigued and surprised to see Titan Gaming hold this one as a 2-man squad. P6 would get the intro knock up onto MG, putting that little bit of a pinch as he goes for yet more shots. Would try to find Zeke, but he would eventually fall to the third party from Raad, and Blackjack gets a little bit of a breathing space, but Puncher is here for the support. Zeke would fall, Puncher comes down, tries to find the knock up onto Zeke, and he will get it. Titan Gaming up to 15 or make that 13 elims, and these guys are on fire.
I'm telling you, that 15 is looking sweet, but first we need to deal with RUKH and Raad. They have been the third-party punishers for so much time, but they haven't actually capitalized. I mean, you've got RUKH Esports that are sitting with 2 eliminations. You've got Raad sitting with 3. The numbers don't really reflect how much of a pain they have been to all of the surrounding teams. And now they are looking to take out one another. The Titans moving in from that northern side. We've got Smash over towards the west. Again, both of those teams are left their own devices. Now, RUKH and Raad. How would this one pan out?
I feel like Smash Team also playing it very passively. They have so much space on that western side, and they're not capitalizing on it. They've just been waiting around. I get that they're a 2-man squad, but they still need to gather as much information as possible. RUKH Esports now finding themselves in a tricky situation as they currently do not have that zone. I feel like they have to make a move up to the top of the hill, look to take out the side there of Ra'ad from the top of the hill and not take the fight.
Bronsberg, they did a little bit of a cheeky peek there, and they got a fade that they weren't asking for. Ra'ad now holding on. They found that first elimination. Now they need that information. Teams still making their rotations in. They know there was a lot of commotion over towards the north in the form of Titans, but Smash is still the question mark. They still are running this 1-1 split as a duo. They're very far apart, and I'm still waiting to see how they're going to get themselves involved in this action. Now, they're so split apart.
I really hope Smash Team has an idea and they know what they're doing. Titan Gaming looking to condense a little bit as now they're down to 2. Does look like they're looking towards the side here of Ra'ad, probably take a couple of third-party shots. Smash Team would be waiting for the side here of RUKH Esports, and right now the teams that are find themselves in a whole load of hurt. And Puncher now with the sniper, we've seen that man go crazy with the M24, and giving this type of player an AMR, it's a lot of trouble.
Smash, the duo up against Titans, the duo. Teak and Puncher also very, very isolated from one another, but you can just see the elimination counts over towards the left-hand side. Puncher with 3, Teak with 4. I mean, these players are confident, they are comfortable, and if they're going to be taking a fight on equal footing, then it might be all for naught. But Ilias going to be pushing up, getting that information, at least trying to bait out some of those shots. They can see where Titans are holding, keeping a keen eye on Ra'ad. It might be a distraction, though. If they waste too much time worrying about Ra'ad, Titans can get the drop on them.
I hope they don't. Right now, there's a lot of space in the center of the circle. Ilias will go down to the knock coming through from Teak. And Puncher waiting for that pick up the hill by Black Loss, trying not to waste any bullets. But the third party is coming in through, preventing the Titans from going full aggro as they want to. And right now, you could just tell that to an extent, it just looks like Titan is having fun here. You know, Puncher is just out here waiting for Black Loss to peek. He's like, you know what? I want to use this sniper. I want to get a knock.
I mean, at this point, they've picked up those 13 eliminations. They've secured themselves a top 4 finish. They have plenty of points they're adding already to a ridiculous tally just from today's games. I mean, they have been our leaders game in, game out. I don't blame them. I would like to see a little bit more of that momentum being shared for some of the rest of the teams, however, because they're definitely going to need it. This final zone is going to be tough. The terrain really, really not friendly to anyone. Black Lost just taking hit after hit, whether it be by a sniper. Puncher, what do you have in your hand? Did you see that?
No.
I saw a very terrifying sniper.
It is the AMR. I'm looking forward to seeing him put it into work. RUKH Esports, though, I think the worst thing that could happen to Rabi right now is if he falls. But anyway, the side here of Ra'ad now getting punished by the side here of RUKH Esports as they're losing players by the second. Down to just one more player to hold down the fort. And Rami, I like the fact that RUKH Esports are being able to hold 2 fights at the same time, and they're doing it quite all right. Ra'ad would go down, the grenade from Rami would send Black Lost packing, and Titan Gaming now lose 1 player, giving RUKH Esports now that numbers advantage as they're still up as a full squad. Tiki is the last player left to hold down the fort, and it's a question of what can he do against this full squad pushing up the hill.
I mean, it's a 4v1 scenario. RUKH Esports, they're closing in on Teak's position. They have that information. Puncher is down. They want to go for a res at this point in time, but Teak doesn't have the time. RUKH, they are sprinting for this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do, Teak, as this idea of RUKH Esports. We begged them for a chicken dinner, and indeed they answered our pleas as they've been able to grab themselves this one out here on the map of Miramar.
Hey, it's good to see a little bit of that chime in coming through from RUKH Esports. Again, I don't think it's going to be quite enough to beat our Titans just in terms of total points for this map, because I think they finished off with 15 eliminations. I think they made the marker there just towards the end. It was a little bit chaotic, but with that AMR in hand, Puncher was just an absolute menace to everyone on Miramar. That zone, that terrain, it was a fun zone, you have to admit.
Yep, I mean this is one of the zones that we like because it starts to challenge the teams, right? You don't really see this on a daily, so these IGLs are, you know, kind of new to this one. At least now they know how they play these type of circles, because circles that go to the brown parts of Miramar, they're usually not, you know, the most common.
No, but Titans, they're one of those teams that are incredibly comfortable towards those reaches. CRYPTICS didn't quite have the game that they thought they were going to. Like you said, with that zone, I thought we were going to be giving it up to CRYPTICS. I thought we were going to be sitting back, but it wasn't quite the plan. And again, all the teams that we would normally expect in these scenarios to be at the top, to be in the winning states, it didn't quite happen for them purely based off those rotations. Those rotations were wild as teams had to move all the way from the north to the south, drop everything that they were doing, drop all of their plans, take them out of the window, and unfortunately just run for zone.
I think the most impressive team so far going into this Miramar game is actually RUKH Esports, because they were also one of those teams that were on the north. We thought that they were going to have a very hard time making it into the circle. But one way or the other, they were able to make that very long rotation and make it all the way to the southern edge of the circle, and not just do that, also get the winner chicken dinner on top. That is actually good from them. Let us see the highlights and see how they did it.
I mean, what more could you expect from a halfway marker map? I mean, Miramar really bringing the heat, even though there was water involved towards the end. Ultimately, it came down to those crazy terrain fights. The southern portion of Miramar, we know it's tough, but it's fun to watch. I'm sorry to all the players that had to deal with it, but we have to take a look at those match rankings to see where Titans ended up. I think they might be above our winner chicken dinner winners, and indeed they are with 4 points.
Sheesh, 21 total points, 15 elims coming through from the squad.
Sheesh.
And you can just tell that if they actually won that game, that would have been a whole load of points coming through from the side there of Titan Gaming. RUKH Esports able to get 70 elims, making it up to second position with 17 points. And Wavy Sports, a team that I really wanted to see come through this Miramar game. They were not quite able to do well in terms of placements, but eliminations getting up to 9, that'll boost them up to third position.
Anything is better than nothing, and double digits is no small feat, especially when you have the likes of teams running across with double-digit eliminations, just trying to take out pretty much the entire team and lobby with it. So, very good performance, and going in terms of the overall eliminations on this first page. We can take a look at the second to see how it starts to whittle down. If we end the top 8 with 4, I expect that, yep, we'll have a few customers in our shop, and this is a weird one. Yeah. Crowns, read the bottom teams that are on the bottom of the scoreboard. And tell me it's not weird.
CRYPTICS, Triple, the Mind Weapon, and Black Hand going out early in this game is definitely not nice. CRYPTICS going for that very long, confusing rotation and split. I don't even know what to call it. Definitely led towards their ending in that game. Black Hand had a very tough time making it into the circle. Triple Esports getting caught up in between two teams out there. That was pretty much a whole load of action that happened in this Miramar game. There was a whole lot of chaos. I really wouldn't blame these teams, but at the same time, you really want to capitalize on these very weird zones and try to, get in as much points as possible.
Look, I mean, we started that confirmation and that comparison between Vista and Blackhand, and you saw there they were only 2 points apart from one another. And so all we can say to that is that the action is just heating up. So for the rest of you watching from home, don't worry, I'm going to go to a short break, refill those refreshments, or take a bathroom break because I've told you to do that now multiple times, and we'll be right back with more action.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you.
It has been a spicy day full of action. We had a double dose so far of Miramar, and we still have one more Miramar to go. But before we get there, we need to get onto Erangel, the bread and butter. But these teams, Crowns, I'm telling you, you thought you came in with your predictions today. You knew what was going to happen today. Unlucky, eh?
At least we got one prediction right today. We were close. You actually did. You're actually on fire today. I mean, you predicted Titans, and they actually did do well. At least they got the chicken dinner in Sanhok. Going into this Miramar game, I called out Wavy Esports, and they did inch closely, but maybe not closely. Actually, they did a lot of eliminations. But you just said Erangel, and I'm like, oh wait, there's that map. I totally forgot.
Yeah, that's going to be the question mark now, because as we started, we said at the beginning of the day, we had Blackhand and we had Vista in our top 2 slots on the overall rankings after yesterday's fantastic performances, but we really haven't been seeing much of them today. And Titans, we have been seeing a lot of Titans, so much so, in fact, that we'll keep the overall rankings as a bit of a secret for now, but we can confirm Titans have taken that top slot away from both Blackhand and Vista. Giving a little bit of that, give us respect. We have that PMGC experience. We are here. We have that title, and we're ready to try and keep it.
I feel like Titan came in today and was like, well, we gave you guys yesterday to try to overtake us. That's the head start. And, well, you didn't take it. And this is where it starts to get crazy, because when we talk about head starts, we're talking about the head start and bonus points they get going into the finals. Imagine a team like Titans gets that bonus points to start the finals. It's going to be a mountain to climb for the teams.
That's the thing, is they need to shut down some of these teams. Titans definitely has a target on their back. They have been doing things like you cannot imagine, bringing in points so much faster than any team did yesterday. So in terms of dominating spirit, they are definitely looking to be that. But what will happen in one of these last games of the day? Of course, Titans still joining us into this fantastic battle, but then they won't be playing our last Miramar of the day. So what will they bring into Erangel?
And that is where I'm going to say, I feel like, given the day that Titan Gaming has had today, and given the fact that Triple Esports have refused to wake up today, I think I'm going to put my money on Titan Gaming going into this last Erangel game of the day, because I think Titan Gaming will want to end this one in a bang. And I think Titan Gaming is that team that once they start, they almost don't know when to stop.
I have to agree with you in some regard. I mean, we started off the day, I'll just read out these numbers for you. First game of the day, Titan Gaming took 17 points. Second game, they take 22 points. Third game, they take 21 points. So at this point, even if they just grab like 5 points, like nothing really to talk about, they're still averaging about 50 points. I mean, we had Vista and Blackhand only getting around to 35. So Titans, they are looking for that number 1 spot, and that zone is at least going to be quite friendly to some of our teams. I mean, a very central flight path, a very central zone. We shouldn't be seeing any wild rotations as what we saw on Miramar.
Final game of the day for Group A. I'm keeping my eye out on those teams. Like the fact that Wave Esports actually looking to go towards that actually make that Mo Esports, sorry, looking to go towards that quarry area, given that Triple Esports are not in the lobby. Rotation shouldn't be too hard for pretty much anyone, like you said. It's pretty much one of those easy zones, like I like to call it. This is a regular day in business in Erangel.
Just a normal Wednesday on Erangel.
Mhm.
Don't worry about it. Middle of the week, middle of the day, and we are looking to see what these teams are going to be bringing to it. Interestingly enough, we don't have a single team on military base island, which is quite bizarre to see. I mean, we have the likes of. I mean, just to throw it out there, Wave Esports, who do generally do enjoy that Novo position. They're this time just going to be avoiding it completely. And Vista, curiously enough, already finding one shot over towards RUKH. So that's a bit of a split that I guess they were not expecting.
Yep, definitely not expecting that one bit. Right now, I feel like I'm doing this too much, but I'm just admiring the fact that I'm seeing more esports in a relatively more condensed split. So I'm looking forward to seeing them actually use it to their advantage. Hopefully, they do not go down. I hope they're able to condense it as quickly as possible because Mo Esports, I feel like right now, one bad game for Mo Esports might actually kill their energy.
Mm. Look, I mean, if you've been doing it too much, I've definitely been doing it too much because we've both been sitting here holding out candles for Mo Esports and just begging them for weeks in, week out, saying, please change it up. And we even had the discussion yesterday that it's really tough to go into the last week and suddenly now having to change your strategy in such a
Mhm.
stressful week. But Mo Esports, they've done that. And it's been working brilliantly for them. I just wish they did it sooner because then we could have been talking about a whole different overall rankings. However, I agree with you. I don't want anything to break this momentum and this energy because I really want to see those overall rankings start bringing some surprises. I don't want to be sitting here on the last day and being like, yep, it's the same top 16 we had last week and the same top 16 before then, blah, blah, blah. No, man, that's too boring. Come on, this is PMPL Africa. These teams are some of the best in Africa and they are here to showcase that.
Virtual Gaming playing this game, they're also a team that starting from day 3, I'm going to start to keep my eye out on the teams that are around the bubble on the general ranking. Today they've been trying to just put up little points on board to try to make it more of a tough task for the side there of Mo Esports and Smash and every other team that is way below them. So I really want to see what Virtual Gaming Squad has in mind as we head into the third game of the day. Sorry, of the week.
Yeah, well, it's the second day of the last week. It's the fourth game of the second day. Again, there's a lot you can throw in this, but
There's a lot of
ultimately,
numbers.
we just need to see what numbers these teams are going to be bringing to the overall standings. Again, military base still completely empty for the time being. Georgia Pool has a few neighbors. Of course, CRYPTICS holding the southern portion. Vampire is going to be heading towards hospital, and quite a split, in fact, that they'll be taking towards hospital. So they shouldn't be meeting any of the CRYPTICS members anytime soon. Titans already eyeing out Farm and Malta as they usually will do, already moving on potentially more towards that 2-2 split, maybe heading towards Farm. We'll wait and see how they're going to be holding onto this rotation. And now the question is, I mean, we have some interesting points within the zone. Already Pachinki going to be taken up, Ferry Pier actually taken up there by Vista, over towards the western side of Farm. We've got Lag over towards Milta, we've got Titan. So pretty much that entire coastline is covered with teams.
What would be your best position in the circle, or what would be your potential positions actually in this circle?
I mean, potential positions. I am a big fan of Pachinki. I feel like
Mhm.
it's my comfort. It's my comfort zone. It's my comfort spot. But Potato Hill is also an interesting one for me because holding into that northern side, you have all of that high-rise potential. You know there are teams that are going to be dropping towards RUKH because they're just holding on to their normal sites. I'm talking Mind Weapon. I'm talking the World of Battle, and teams rotating from the north. You have that opportunity to get information, potentially even get the drop on them.
It's pretty much a nice one. It's actually a very good one. I'd actually suggest, Potato Eel also to kind of hold on there. If you have another team on there with you guys could actually even tough it out, or you could decide to stay, quiet, let it all happen. It's interesting because I don't really see many of the teams here in this lobby actually play the Pochinki Hill so often. We've not really seen that come through. Right now, I've expected that, Wavy Sports would be on that hill because being there in this type of circle gives you a lot of view. You see into Pochinki, you see towards the open fields of Gatka, you can see close to, the road that leads to that military base bridge. So I think it's a position where you get to see and gather a lot of information, and probably take a couple of shots also. I'm really looking forward to seeing these teams try to understand how strong and how important of a position Pochinki Hill could be.
It's going to be very interesting. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be some of the first teams to actually make that move on Arts. I would have thought it would have been the Mind Weapon. With their current rotation, they definitely are heading towards the direction, so we'll see what's going to happen with that. But looks like they might just be heading past it. I don't know. Maybe they have their eyes set on some other positions. Shelter's still quite open. Again, I think Shelter is a little bit one of those like 50-50 positions. Like, yes, it gives you some of that cover if you're taking that initial fight, but if you get stuck there and it's not in the zone, good luck to you trying to get out of there.
I once saw a team actually park vehicles at the entrance of the shelter and then exploded them, and then left the whole squad in the bunkers. And then I tell you, they all bled out to the blue zone. It was so funny. And then you could just tell the satisfaction that would come when you get into the circle like 2 zones after, and you're just seeing the kill feed reading Blazo knocked.
Blue zone knocked.
It was so, it was so interesting.
You don't get the eliminations for that, so it's like, yes, you take out your competition, but you get no points for it.
But then it works as intentional play, Say that was happening between say like yesterday with Blackhand and Vista. If one of those two teams trap each other, once they see that team going out, they know like, yes, that is our chance to actually rise up to the top of the board.
I mean, teams have to take the opportunities that are ahead of them, and right now, that zone once again is going to be centering on up. So again, these coastal lines lag. I mean, they were one of the first teams here towards this position. Titans, we know no strangers to this area, but now this coastline, it is just going to be an onslaught of teams fighting for position, fighting for zonal opportunities. And it is going to be a very, very tough opportunity. Potato Hill and Pochinki, ironically, 2 sites that I called out, still in zone.
Looking at the way this zone just shifted, I'm kind of happy I kind of picked Titan Gaming because they're looking good. And pretty much this is familiar terrain for this idea of Titan Gaming. And if there's one thing I actually want to say, whoa, there was that picture there all day long. Anyway, if there's one thing I know, right? If there is one thing I want to say, I was going to say the title of this phase. Like, if we're going to give this phase a theme, so far I think we would call it space. Because every team that we've seen do well so far, or pop off so far, they're always teams that know how to capitalize with the amount of space that they're given in the circle. So I think it would be nice to, call it space.
Well, it's also the teams that create the space, right? The teams that are picking up all of those eliminations towards the outskirts. Triple Esports has done a time in and time out on this map specifically. Titans did it just on Miramar now, where they were just taking out every single possible team on the outskirts and literally just claiming that entire western portion. And now, I mean, this is their territory. Farm and Milta has been their drop site, like I said, since last year. They have been here since day number 1. They are very familiar with this terrain, and now everyone is coming to their doorstep.
You just tell Puncher, it's just like, okay,
do I not? Do I just leave him?
It's a question of, is he gonna get first if he gets the knock? And anyway, he will take some shots to expose his position. And I think at this point, GREEDYFORKILLS would just be like, what a day to have a sniper. Because if they do have a bolt action there, that's going to be trouble for Titan Gaming.
It would have been a completely different story, but we'll have to wait and see if any of those wonderful care packages are going to deliver us some of those fantastic snipers as we wait for it. Titans do find Alpha Luigi from Virtual Gaming, and Virtual Gaming immediately clap on back. So Titans, all of a sudden, the action was brought to them and they need to deal with it. So far, it does look like Titans are holding on. It's really looking good for them. However, do you see Virtual Gaming trying to make a dash for it, trying to get out of the situation?
I can tell that every other team out here, Smash Team, Vampires, they're looking at this kill feed and they're like, yes, please. Titans, take them out. That is what we want. But up on the north, the engagements we never cease to see. It's going to be the side there of Blackhand going up against RUKH once more. And look at the amount of space that is available on that north. Potato Hill is actually empty.
So empty. No one's touched it. No one has even tried to take hold of it.
Well, People trying to take hold of things would be this compound as RUKH Esports is able to get that first knock onto the side here of Black Hand. RedHawks will fall. Eugene very low on HP as the flank angle is coming through, but the grenade from Koa would get two. One player left is Bronsberg, the designated flanker for that squad, looking to find an angle up onto Storm on the top of the hill, but I think that is just going to be Bronsberg getting out of dodge.
Absolutely. No, in this situation, just looking at longevity for the team, again, we've seen these solos do crazy things before. We've seen Lazy Boy literally clutch it out on Miramar. We've seen RUKH clutch it out on Sanhok, but we haven't seen yet that clutching out potential on Erangel. So who knows? Maybe one of the solos that we currently have could make it happen here. GREEDYFORKILLS, in the meanwhile, they couldn't find a shot on towards Titans, but they definitely have a massive opportunity here towards Black Hand, pinning them down into this compound.
That compound is actually quite easy to breach, depending on how many knocks you're able to get, and I think that's what the side there of Greedy are trying to do. Mitigation strategies coming through from the side there of Storm, having to find an off angle, because that really would help you in such situations. I think when you find yourself in compounds that are easy to crash and easy to push, you want to make sure you have at least one player on the outskirts trying to get yourself that off angle. Mo Esports did find themselves in a whole lot of trouble as they jammed against the side here of CRYPTICS. They're down to just one more player. Definitely not a good way to end the day. Oh, down he goes.
Corsica's right there. Cough, cough.
Anyway, spoke about him too
Mo
much.
Esports. We did. It was our fault, and we'll take that one. Retro Gaming also eventually going to be sent on our Titans, though. The action hasn't stopped for them. They're now taking shots on in from the Mind Weapon, who have moved on into that territory, and slowly but surely Titans have been moving more towards the west, holding onto that zone. GREEDYFORKILLS just right up ahead of them. Smash Esports here towards the west, sorry, the east and the west. I'm getting them confused. It's a fantastic time. Wave Esports going to be moving into that territory. Just below them, we've got VISTA, and below that, it is CRYPTICS.
Is there something we're missing? Like, Potato Hill is still empty, and I at this point, I want a northern zone shift just because of that.
Yeah, just force the teams to be like, you dare ignore Potato Hill. Well, now deal with it. Go towards the north. I mean, so many teams have been so close to it. Mind Weapon literally drove past it. Black Hand is on the cusp of it. They're just looking at it. I don't know if they're treating it like an Everest situation here where, yes, you get that elevation. There we go. Yes, you get that elevation, but you also have the danger that as soon as that zone shifts, you need to descend, ultimately exposing yourself.
Well, teams out there on the west going hard at it as Wave Esports will start going toe-to-toe against the side of Smash Team. Ilias would be down, but here comes the rest of Smash Team as they try to find a little bit of support for their players. And this is quite interesting loadouts coming through from Petrox here. DBS and Mini 14? Huh.
Yeesh. There's no mid-range. It's only close and it's far. That's all you have to deal with. Either you need to be kilometers away from one another, or you need to be right up into their face. But hey, if this is the playstyle that Petrox works with, then this is the playstyle that they will use. CRYPTICS now, that rotation there towards the west, they have wasted quite a lot of time just sort of duking things out here with Smash, and now with that zone shift, they're thinking, okay, maybe this is not what I need. We need to get ourselves a good position into zone, and slowly but surely that space is running out.
Yeah, really, really running out, especially given the fact that everyone is towards the center, south, and western edge of the circle. There's a couple of teams who are still looking to enter through that west, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how well they're going to do it. We already see the rotations getting started. VISTA Gaming on the move. CRYPTICS trying to trace them out, but they seem to be fine for the time being. But it's going to be a lot of trouble. Actually, VISTA, they want the smoke. They're coming for the push, but Senke is not having it, as he's going to get the first two knocks. VISTA Gaming choosing the wrong time to go for a full send as they decide to pause their rotation.
This is so much danger. Wave Esports is still involved, as we can see, just on the horizon. And VISTA, they do immediate turnaround. I don't know if it was intentional, just a last minute. Well, let's try and see what happens. But, Lazy Boy, CRYPTICS, Senke, they are just on a whole different level in a matter of seconds, picking up 5 eliminations.
Man, in a blink of an eye, really. Wow. And VISTA, why? Why did you stop? Continue your rotation and they would eventually get taken out. They are playing with the top of the leaderboard right now and they cannot afford to. But anyway, everybody does seem to want to send towards the center of the circle. Raad holding a quite good position. Same thing can be said about RUKH Esports, who are just very close to them. But RUKH do not have that numbers advantage as everyone just keeps scrambling and looking for a spot in the zone when they could have just gone to Potato Hill.
Well, on the bright side, Black Hand have finally taken hold of Potato Hill alongside the Vampires. We do see Wave Esports taking shot after shot. The Mind Weapon, one of the teams that avoided Potato Hill. Just saying, finding themselves in this position, you could have been on Potato Hill.
You could have been sitting pretty, but decided to go for alternate rotations, which is kind of weird. But anyway, Mind Weapon holding up on that southern side. Same thing can be said about Titans as they're looking to stay true to their position. Potato Hill does look to be in a whole lot of trouble as the side of Black Hand go up against the side here of Vampires. Stop would go down as the off angle from Koa providing a whole lot of support and advantage to the side of Black Hand. 5 eliminations to the name, and they're looking strong out here on the Potato.
I'm just saying, if the team that wins is the team that took hold of the Potato Hill, I don't know, they get it on a t-shirt somewhere. Black Hand now coming through from that northern side, giving and dealing quite a bit of damage there towards Smash Esports. They have such a good eye-level sight onto all of the teams making these rotations in. That zone shift is going to force out some of that positional advantage, but Vampires in the meanwhile have been pushed off of this angle and into RUKH.
Talk about defending that position, Potato Hill. Like, it's not too easy given how big it is. But anyway, Vampires have got Ninja, the last player left, having to go up against Hazem, who's spamming him grenades as he doesn't want to go for that full send. He hears the DBS and is ultimately forced to behave himself on that push. The grenade will not quite do all the damage, but indeed he will fall. RUKH is coming in for that third party. Yazan having to hold on as a solo for the rest of the game.
Oh, CRYPTICS moving in. It's their time to try and find a little bit of action. Third-party opportunity as they move on in. Knock, knock, FBI, open up. CRYPTICS are here to take the compound away from you. RUKH relegated to the rooftop. We're going to be sending through that utility, but they're split up. Ghazi, again, they have to hold on to that site. That double nade! This is the opportunity. If they can jump on down, it's still a 1v2 scenario, though.
Make that Hazem is going to fall up the stairs to the nade, but CRYPTICS continue to spam the grenades upstairs, trying to look for that last player. As one player does have to go for that revive. Same thing can be said about the side of RUKH as they're looking to get their HPs back up. But Lag Esports, they're hearing all of this. They're not coming in for the third party just yet, and the revive is not even being processed yet on that side there of CRYPTICS. At this point, I really want to see Lag Esports capitalize on this fight.
I mean, they really would have had so much time. We still have a Zem down on the outskirts again. Now only getting that heal up. CRYPTICS just popped off that res, and now Marshall up here so quick and fast with the response, trying to catch RUKH off guard. And so far, CRYPTICS have been doing well, but Lag might be throwing a spanner in the works.
Well, grenade outside for the pre-knock, and indeed he will get it. Marshall is onto something else. That man knows how to play this one as he goes out for the next second knock. He would get it up onto A9Q. Lag Esports now find himself in trouble. Marshall up against 3 for the grenade. He's going to turn the safety down, and he would fall. Mexico trying to hold on the fourth for the side there of Lag Esports, but CRYPTICS would be the first to go down in this ultimate third-party situation. But RUKH, they're not looking to let go. Grenades going towards the position there of Mexico. He's going to get the burn. For Mexico getting that HP back up in time, but another grenade would make him fall. As the side here of Lag Esports now would go down to the third party. Oh my god, Black Hand from the top of the hill. Everyone has sight on this compound.
I mean, all of the noise that has happened here, I mean, come on, you're just basically saying, giving a massive sign to all of the teams in the vicinity and saying, please take some of these eliminations away from us. There's way too many for us to share. Titans now are keeping an eye out on GREEDYFORKILLS, already finding 1, finding 2, now down to only 1. It is Nossa in a compound stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've got 3 Titan members trained on their position, and they only have a little bit of smoke to cover them. 1 nade to find that final angle, and we will be saying goodbye to Nossa.
The sweep through from the side from Tick would be eventually sending Greedy back into the lobby as Black Hand now crash onto the side there of RUKH on that western edge. It does look like they're going in for the full set. The K just find himself down. Ghazi trying to hold it up, gets 1 knock, but eventually he would go down. RUKH having to go out early. And man, at this point, I almost feel bad for saying Lag Esports should have crashed this compound.
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit tough at this point in time, but these third-party opportunities, they are just around the corner. I'm just saying, Black Hand moved on in from Potato Hill, and they're currently sitting on 13 eliminations, are elimination leaders here for the lobby. But we'll have to wait and see how they're going to deal with the situation. The World of Battle holding such a good central position within the zone. Right alongside them, it is the Mind Weapon. We've got the rest of the teams now needing to move on in from the outskirts. Once again, Smash, we have to give it up to them. They managed to get themselves into top 5, whether it be by 1 player or by 2. They are here.
Well, they need to get a lot of points up, though. They need to start that chase onto the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. But I've got to say, the World of Battle, one thing I know about them, I'm starting to feel a little confident about them given that position that they're holding, because they're a team that we've seen multiple times that when they have that compound that they can hold, they always tend to know how to play from compounds. They wouldn't get the most eliminations, but they would always usually, or they would usually get that, decent placement points up on board, probably even get the chicken.
I mean, there's definitely an opportunity with the position that they're currently holding, just with the numbers advantage. It's only Black Hand, the only other team that still has all of their members up. And, well, they have been fighting in and out, so I don't know how the utilities are looking. Hopefully they have gotten up some of that looting, but they still have to move into the zone. Moving in now from that northern side, we've got Titans towards the east. Still got Smash, at least in one player, over towards that western side. And then the Mind Weapon, very quiet, here towards the south.
Yep, very, very quiet. Almost too quiet, if you ask me. They've got only one Elim. They've got Titans just right beside them. And I'm pretty sure they have at least an information about what is going on here. So I really look forward to seeing the Mind Weapon pushing closer to the side there of Titan. I've seen the Mind Weapon play this type of circle, especially going through from the PMNC. They did play it well. So looking forward to seeing if they would actually be able to replicate such performance that we've seen coming through from them in the past.
It would be very good to see the Mind Weapon stepping up to the plate. They've been very quiet so far today as well. So finding at least that first initial confirmation on towards Smash is going to be sending Smash back into the lobby. But now that information is going to be giving Titans an idea of their position. You can see Titans already sending a scout on through. P6 going to be that member just to get ever so closer. Finding opportunities and finding that angle that they can work with. Although that zone shift might throw everything out of the window. I have to wait and see who's going to be zone blessed into this next phase.
And I think at this point, I don't think there's anything that can happen to the zone and that the World of Battle would not, be able to capitalize. And I think one thing the side of Black Hand are currently considering is sending that building to the World of Battle. But given how many players are still alive, it's almost going to be like a situation of CRYPTICS and Raad and Lag Esports all over again. Because it's a situation of whoever decides to crash up onto the side of the World of Battle first would get so hurt by the amount of third party that would come through.
I don't even know if they'll make it up there. I mean, you can take an example as the Mind Weapon. If they try and send it now to the World of Battle, I don't even see how they'll make it halfway. The Titans have just a perfect line of sight onto their rotation. Black Hand on the other side can finish everyone off. I don't know. It's a tough fight. I'd say only really Black Hand have an opportunity to try and send this compound with the angle that they have. And, well, it looks like they can hear me. They're getting ever so closer.
At this point, we actually have to confirm. Our teams, are you sure you can hear us? Be sure. Like I said, Lag Esports crashed. Lag Esports crashed. Black Hand, you were saying they need to push up, and they indeed pushed up, but the grenade from Kron would get Plaza down, and Black Hand, that intro knock that they were looking for, they're not quite able to get it. They have the casualty now. They have only one player coming in for the support. That is surprising. Storm in the smoke, trying to see if he can actually wave and dodge some bullets, but right now, I think Black Hand, they need more hands on deck as another player would go down.
Again, they're just going in one by one. Send one player in to try and get a cheeky knock. That's fine, but now the support isn't there. You only send Redox. Redox gets knocked. You send another only one player. And slowly but surely, Black Hand are just saying goodbye to their numbers. Storm and Koa need to split up. They need to leave the World of Battle, have their number. And I don't like what I see. In the meanwhile, we've got Titans and the Mind Weapons moving up here in towards the southern portion. So space is running out.
Yeah, they're really, really running out of space. Titan P6 finds himself in a world of hurt. Society of Black Hand are aware of his position, spamming the grenades up onto his side. It's not quite going down yet. He's remaining resilient. And I feel like P6 right now, looking for a way to get into that buggy and head out of dodge. But man, the Mind Weapon out there on the south, they would prove to be a whole pinch for the side there of Titan Gaming on the southern edge.
This is going to be quite an interesting zone. Black Hand still facing off against the World of Battle. Storm just narrowly getting that medkit off. It is going to be a two-piece up against the full force of the World of Battle, and they obviously have the information as to where Black Hand made that rotation in. Unfortunately for Black Hand, this cover does not protect them from Titans, and Titans at any point can reach on in for that third party on towards Black Hand, so they really are fighting an uphill battle, excuse the pun. Now, we have to wait and see. Can they pick apart the World of Battle?
I mean, the smoke usage from the World of Battle is excellent. Throwing up those defensive smokes, trying to block out the side there of a Black Hand is nice to see. But Titan now holding their ends up against the Mind Weapon. And how the Mind Weapon lost all their players in that engagement, I cannot categorically tell you. But all I can tell you is the Titans, they've got 3 players alive, 11 eliminations, and they might be able to secure themselves even more heading into this game.
We blinked once again and said goodbye to the Mind Weapon. Now it is up to Black Hand to see whether or not they will be able to hold off this onslaught. But the World of Battle are going to be finding that vehicle knock. Koa going down. Now it's only one. Black Hand, all of their hopes and dreams rest on the shoulders of Storm, who is snaking it in the grosses. And unfortunately, if they keep going, they're just going to find Titans. If they double back, they find the World of Battle. And here's Puncher with a vehicle. Do they spot out those legs sticking out?
I don't think it did. But right now, it's almost like the World of Battle. Not even it's almost like the World of Battle have found their rhythm, right? And you can tell that right now, getting just a couple of eliminations, they already have that momentum that they're looking for. Titan will eventually now send it into the compound. P6 and Puncher will be the first man in line as they would come in from the side. Mohammed is here to receive it as Arthur is just waiting. M4 in the hand would get the knock up onto Puncher. And the World of Battle, you can tell they have it in them. Mohammed wants to go for this push, for P6 with the auto shot, he waiting for that push. Grenade in the hand of Mohammed, looking for that knock up onto Dick, and inevitably he would get it. As Titans now, they have missed this push. They went in at the wrongest of times, and the World of Battle, they have secured themselves such a great game. Storm is looking to come in for the third party. They know where he is. They over swamp him with the numbers, but he's good for 2. Storm, what are you on? As the push would come through, but from the side, the World of Battle would get the knock and walk home with the chicken. I almost thought they lost that one.
Oh my goodness, it was very close. I mean, it's wild to think, but that solo from Black Hand managed to do more damage to the World of Battle than the entirety, well, the 3-piece of Titans, just purely based off of that positional play. Titans, they had the right idea. They had to get rid of the World of Battle. The World of Battle were definitely looking like the team to beat. They had the better positioning, they had the better numbers, and they were just picking apart all of the outskirts team, then trying to take that push. I mean, just that fact where we had that one scene where the World of Battle had a nade in hand and just pure brilliant, clean line of sight onto a Titan member that had no idea there was a person right behind them with a nade that was ultimately going to result in their face. That was Erangel, and we asked the question at the beginning of Erangel, who was going to be that Erangel champion, and I feel like we still can't answer it. All of a sudden we have a new champion to celebrate, and that being the World of Battle.
Yeah, and one thing I'll just say about the World of Battle going into that engagement is the fact that they actually did not overextend. Regardless of how much they wanted to push up onto Black Hand, they were able to still secure themselves very close to the compound. Now, by the time Titans came in crashing, or they came back into the compound so quickly, even the Titans were not quite able to realize what went wrong. Talk about a play, man. I'm so impressed about the way the World of Battle have played this game.
It definitely showcases that they have a whole different set of strategies. It's good to see a little bit of that change of momentum, right? They went in, they had that compound, and I thought that they were just going to keep quiet, but thankfully they reached out. They picked up those third parties, and they ultimately brought through a fantastic win on Erangel, so much so that we have to take a look at the highlights and see how they did it. You just love to see these teams picking up the pacing, raising the bar to a whole different level. And again, we gave a lot of love to the World of Battle, but we also have to give a lot of love to Titans. That was 4 games in a row where they were a dominating and terrifying source of fantastic eliminations, bringing in those plays, the amount of eliminations they were bringing through. I mean, I don't know how many points they picked up in a single day, but I think it's already past 60. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's too
I
much.
almost want to apologize to Titan. I'm sorry.
Mm.
We didn't mean it that way yesterday. We were just trying to make you play better. But anyway, let's take a look at the match rankings as we have the World of Battle able to still hold that first position, 19 points. But given that they got that chicken dinner, they will still stand above Blackhand, who were able to get just as much points as they were able to. But Titan Gaming, not relenting, stayed out there in third. 16 points to go to their name, and the numbers just trickles down because I mean, look at how much points we have just between that top 3.
Whew, I mean, come on. Again, Blackhand, they were the only team that really used the Potato Hill, and they have the most eliminations. I'm just
Yep.
saying,
Yep.
you should have used it. You should have
Mhm.
used it. But ultimately,
Mhm.
we're taking a look at a very top-heavy scoreline here for these teams on Erangel. So we're expecting that there are going to be a little bit of a split when we come through into the second page, when we're ending in our top 8 with the 5 points. Yeah, I can't imagine that there's going to be that many eliminations left for the rest of the teams, but we can take
One
a look at that
stop.
shortly and see.
I feel like we're gonna be getting a visit to the one stop donut shop. Hey, actually just 3. And those 3 teams happen to be 3 teams that actually needed points. And once again, Vista Gaming, this was their last match of the day, and they were not quite able to capitalize on that one. Only 1 point that they were able to put up. I can't even imagine how much they would have fallen off on the overall ranking.
Yeah, it's also tough to see Mo Esports. We know it's also their last game of the
Awful.
day. I was hoping that momentum was going to carry through right until the end, but we still have to say 3 out of 4 games picking up some much needed points. It's definitely a lot better of a showing than what we've seen from Mo Esports in the past. And so for these last 2 days, that has been a consistent theme. So we're starting to see that consistency coming through from Mo Esports. We still have 3 more days in this week. I feel like it's still possible.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a relief coming through from me, knowing that Mo Esports could actually have 2 good days back to back. And I kind of feel happy because they have 1 day tomorrow to actually get a little bit of rest and then come back the day after to continue to show us what they have learned. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not done for the day. We've got 1 more game to go. It's going to be none other but Miramar. Join us real soon.
Let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pop Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2023. I remain Crowns, and I'm joined here by S Proxy as we are about to get things kicked and loaded in the final Miramar game of this Miramar heavy day.
I'm telling you, the action's so much that my audio is just breaking. It's too much. It's too much for my PC to handle. But ultimately, these teams still have one more map left, and of course, it is going to be that third dose of Miramar that's going to bring in the action to a close for the second day of the last week. The teams have really been pushing to this final point to try and get as many of the points possible. We are seeing some of that consistency coming through from the likes of Titans. As we said, we need to give them apologies. We said things yesterday, but we were just trying to get them to bring back their action and to bring back their usual level of play. So it's good to see they're back. It's good to see Mo Esports back. But as we know, they won't be joining us for this last Miramar helping. Instead, it is the teams and the groups, or the teams from the groups of B, C, D, and E that get this last little helping of Miramar. And C and D, they have had a lot of B and D rather have had a lot of Miramar to work with today.
Yep, and they'll be heading into the final Miramar of today. I'm pretty sure by tomorrow, if they're like, hey, we've got one Miramar match for you, they're like, no, we don't want it. But anyway, we're about to head into that final game of the day. What are you looking forward to seeing in this Miramar? Why do I keep calling it Erangel? I'm so used to an Erangel day closing.
Yeah, I think you're just waiting for that Erangel heavy day. That's only going to be on Saturday, though, so we still have a few matches before we get there. Looking forward to in this last Miramar of the day. I don't want to see as wild of a zone and flight path combination. Honestly, I feel like these teams have been getting bullied. I mean, the amount of rotations they've had to make, the amount of tough calls they've had to bring in today. It's been very fun to watch. Don't get me wrong, but I want to see these teams have an opportunity to bring in their strategy, to bring in their consistency.
Okay, heading into this Miramar game, I actually want to call out CRYPTICS to actually show me what they're made of. But at the same time, I think I wanna go for someone different this time. It's Miramar. Rookie Sports maybe? They came close. Oh wait, they actually did win one already. So
Yeah, no.
maybe Black Hand. Maybe Black Hand. I feel like me being the supposed good luck charm of Black Hand, they deserve a chicken dinner today again that I'm happy.
I would like to see it. You know, we did see them do fantastically over towards Erangel. I don't know how that's going to translate into this game. We also, I mean, another team that we should probably ask the question for is GREEDYFORKILLS, right? Because normally at the end of the day, especially on a Miramar game,
That's true.
they bring in some wild eliminations. They bring in some whole different sets of energy, and I want to see if that's just their strategy. If this is really just what GREEDYFORKILLS do, they wait till the last two matches of the day to start turning up the heat, to start taking some eliminations. It will be a wild strategy, but then we can basically confirm it.
I can't believe I actually forgot that. Greedy. I mean, they've not really shown us good games going into this phase at all. I mean, they're currently seated in 15th position, as you can see that there on the side of your screen. So I would really like to see GREEDYFORKILLS put in some good games going into this one. Playing path is a nice one, hence why I'm not shedding too much light on it. And that zone, I don't know, is it me, deja vu? We've seen this zone somewhere.
Hey. But on the bright side, at least we are not heading all the way to the south, or we're not, cutting off players from their flight path. So there is a lot of opportunity here. It's nice and equal.
Yeah. But when I look towards that eastern side, I see a little bit of,
No, you see nothing. Sure, you see not. That's like 1%. Okay, you can't blame that on me.
Nah, I think it's the S effect. It has to be because that's got to be it. But anyway, every other person does look to be seated nicely. Virtual Gaming Squad do find himself quite close to the side of Rookie Sport as Rookie Sport has decided not to go for their weird nice splits like I and DK were calling it out there that we see normally on Cruise the Valley. They do look to be hanging on around the water treatment and Hacienda del Patron, and this just seems like intentional play that, man, I can't wait for the weekend.
Ooh, I'm just thinking, like all of these teams stepping up at the same time, everyone just bringing in a whole different, performance than what we've seen before. It really is throwing our stats out of the window, but in a very good way. Especially if we can see some of the teams towards the lower part of those overall standings really stepping up. It's going to be a tough one, don't get me wrong. These teams are so much better than in any of the previous seasons. Every season is just, it steps it up to a whole different level.
And that is what we want to see: improvement, adaptation, players getting better. This is exactly the type of play that we want to see coming through from the side there, or sorry, from this region here in Africa. And I'm like looking at this zone, and there's so many good positions. I can't even say, what, here is one place to be, here is one place you'd rather be, because I feel like every there's hills, there's high grounds pretty much in every single angle.
It's wild. It really does bring an interesting question to the forefront, right? If this is the performance these teams are bringing in now, imagine what it's going to be like in our finals weekend. Because I still think there is something to say that some teams are not maybe full sending it. They're also going to have those full 4 days where they
CRYPTICS.
can go through the VODs, they can go through the strategy, they can refix and redo anything that they feel like is not going to be working for the finals, and maybe showcase some of those surprises. So then just imagine what those finals are going to be like.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, with that point that you make, I'm really hoping Titan Gaming is not one of those teams that are keeping things for the finals. Because if right now the way they're playing means that they're still keeping stuff for the finals, it's gonna be a very scary finals. I think CRYPTICS is one team that I know, like, I think they're keeping stuff for the finals, because these plays that we're seeing from them, especially rotation wise, that we see them so scattered on their rotation, this is not something that we'd see from CRYPTICS most of the time. And I feel like this is something we'll not even be seeing at all when we get into the finals of the tournament.
Again, it's that whole question. I mean, it's what we started with yesterday. You know, if Titans, I don't think Titans were doing it on purpose yesterday. I definitely do think that it was just it was a wild day of zones, and a lot of the teams were stepping up very quickly, and they obviously went back to the drawing board. They fixed what they needed to fix, and now they're back to the usual Titan self. But the idea that there's teams out there that are, you know, not full sending it just yet, just doing what they need to get themselves into the position they need to be. Oof, that is scary. I don't think they can do a lot of that at this level of the competition, but I do expect there's going to be change, because we have those 4 days where teams can go and fix any mistakes.
Yep, mistakes. In fact, before the 4 days, we already seen teams fix up their mistakes in just that 1 day break that we get in every phase, right? So giving them 4 whole days to do research, I feel like within those 4 days, teams can actually plan A, plan B, plan C for if either one of those plans do not work. So going into the finals, I expect to see, I don't want to see repeated mistakes.
Definitely not. There has been so much improvement. Again, we've talked it into nauseum today about all the teams that have been improving and have changed things up, and it's working for them, and it's really good that it is working for them. But now let's see some of that consistency. For example, GREEDYFORKILLS. Let's see them bring in a fantastic Miramar game to end the day, because we've had a Miramar heavy day and they haven't been able to capitalize, which is weird. I don't know if it has to be the last game of the day, and that's where that's where their Monster Energy starts to drink in. Maybe they keep a can on the side and they only drink it, towards like the halfway point. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I feel like Greedy is just one of those teams that knows how to capitalize on mental fatigue, right? When every other team is kind of getting tired and worn out, GREEDYFORKILLS just probably, I don't know, maybe it's a switch in IGL. Because I feel like this would usually happen when a team has, more than one person capable of, doing the IGL work. So in situations like that, they just like switch up the strategies, or just tell the next person, hey, I'm mentally tired. Can you pick up the pace? And then, they pick up the pace, come in entirely different and, show us exactly what, they can do. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I feel like if that really is what it is, that they're a team that knows how to capitalize on, weaknesses and the tiredness of other teams, it'll pay out well for them in the finals.
Definitely, especially because we add that extra map every single day. So then those final few maps of the day where maybe the stamina is starting to hurt a little bit, the mental fortitude is starting to slip, that might be then where GREEDYFORKILLS really start to shine. But we'll wait and see. And meanwhile, Arab Golden pulling up over here towards Blackjack Esports. They thought this was empty. They thought they had free reign. And unfortunately, I think the pacing they were taking, I don't think they had information Blackjack was chilling here.
at all. At all. And I feel like this is probably Arab Golden getting used to the fact that they're usually the first to get out of Los Leones, or they've been the first to get out of Los Leones in today's games. So they probably were not even expecting Blackjack Esports to be around the vicinity at all. But Blackjack Esports, I'd call this a revenge, given what happened in
Yeah.
the first Miramar game.
Definitely. I mean, this is the immediate turnaround. So Blackjack, they've already learned from their mistakes, and it's good to see because they've changed up that roster. They want to see some success coming from it, right? Now, though, they are at least one of the few teams that are a little bit closer with that zone rotation pulling all the way towards the east. Very interesting opportunities here, right? I mean, some of the POIs that we have here are really going to force the teams to deal with some of that wide open terrain, and then we've got a little bit of the compounds and drops there towards Al Azahar. So interesting opportunities, but I really am liking where the Mind Weapon are holding. I mean, they're literally smack bam center zone, have some compounds, and they're waiting for teams.
I like the way the zone just every single time we feel like this zone is a good one. Every team is situated in it. Just goes whoosh. Oh, there's that place, up to the north. And yeah, the entire eastern part of the circle totally free. There is no one around there. The Mind Weapon do happen to be holding a very interesting position up the top of the hill, just around the junkyard. They'll be looking quite nice. It's going to be a lot of skirmishes on that southern edge of the circle because there's so many teams trying to get in from there. We're talking Blackjack, Greedy, CRYPTICS, and onto that western side with Vampires and, a whole load of other teams trying to make it in from that side. So there's going to be quite interesting skirmishes happening on the west.
Oh dear, the world of battle at URUS, all of a sudden, it's a back and forth. There isn't any initial issues. But the world of battle, again, they're fighting this uphill. They're trying to get their nades sent on up.
Just live it, I feel like this is a situation whereby or this is a position whereby if you're not the first to get here, just go away, find another place to stay because I don't see any way they're gonna get up this hill. Urus have all the advantage, and right now I feel like the world of battle, no need to waste all these utilities. Just get into your vehicles, turn back, try to go into more compounds because there's actually more hills that they can actually hold going into this circle.
It's tough though, right, for them to try and disengage. They've already made noise. They've already actually made sure to get the attention here of Urus. So now, if they want to back off, Urus is going to hear that. They're going to hear those vehicles rolling. You can see engine moving. Rauf already running because he knows there's an opportunity here for him to get potentially an elimination as the world of battle try and back off. I agree with you. They should leave, but how they're going to leave the situation, I'm not sure.
Fortunately, players have not started to disappear out here in PUBG Mobile. They've not learnt the skill of teleportation, being a whole lot of trouble just yet. I feel like they'll get there. The World of Battle do lose one player, though. It's going to be Mohammed down on the bottom of the hill. Greedy would swipe that elimination as they're coming in for the third party of the century. Up there on that southern side, the crown is where we've got CRYPTICS going up against Blackjack Esports. And it does look like both teams are willing to take this fight. Zeke out there on the outskirts, as the rest of CRYPTICS would not form up on the side here of Blackjack.
Oh, Blackjack Esports, they just got off of the fights of that wonderful jump on towards Arab Golden. Now they're going to have to go up against CRYPTICS for the southern rotation. Already a few shots being exchanged. Senke and Lazy Boy taking a two-piece here with Marshall and El Chapo on the other side. Phonics already down to only a sliver of HP. And in the open, unfortunately, Hiske is very far off. So in terms of covering fire, I hope they've got scopes to try and cut down this distance.
Well, unfortunately, it does look like MG will be in a whole world of danger. There's only so much he can do from the top of that hill as we see all sorts of eyes focused on his position. And I hope he's buying time, but MG, though, finds himself in a whole world of danger. Has to push up onto Marshall, who we've actually seen pull up and show us how crazy he can be, especially with this weapon. But the grenade from Senke would shut down the operation on this side of things. Blackjack Esports have to go back to the drawing board, reschedule, replan, basically get out of here.
Absolutely, just get the heck out of Dodge because at this point in time, slowly but surely, you're seeing these numbers drop. You're seeing your teammates going down. Already another knock. You're in no position to try and get that Rezon out. His can watch as teammates, unfortunately, are just getting, well, sent back into the lobby here by CRYPTICS. Now, CRYPTICS mobilizing, obviously needing to move into the zone. Might be leaving his in the dust here because they can't really move, right? If they make a move, if they try to rotate on with CRYPTICS, they're just going to jump out of those vehicles. They've already got 2 up ahead of them to gatekeep, and it's looking like a tough situation.
Just give up, man. A man's about to bleed out to the zone because at this point, I feel like there really isn't so much he can do. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he will. CRYPTICS will find a way into the circle. Zeke does happen to be waiting for them on the other side of things. Maybe this might actually play out towards the side there of Blackjack Esports, as we already see the crash coming in through. Lazy boy getting here. I don't think he's quite heard the sounds just yet, but Zeke is definitely aware. Something I'm said about Lazy Boy. He's got a grenade in hand, prepping it for Zeke. As Zeke starts to move, Lazy Boy stays true to it. Zeke would be able to find the knock.
Oh, just in the nick of time as well, getting behind cover before Marshall can get that res on in. But here it comes. El Chapo, Senke, bam, bam, bam. The duo is here to clean things up. So Zeke will go down. Hisk is still out in the blue. Blackjack Esports, unfortunately, even though they picked up those wonderful 4 eliminations, I don't know how they can continue that. Hisk has still not moved out from that crater. And if they do, they're right into the back of CRYPTICS. The World of Battle in the meanwhile, as we said, they were in a really tough position. They took the advantage, they took the attention of URUS, and now they have paid for it. They are reduced down to only 1.
Yeah, it's quite sad for the World of Battle. I feel like they're falling for the little we're talking about. You know, if you get a chicken dinner the last game, you head into the next game and you probably have a bad game. The zone does move all the way to the west, which look like which is very interesting, given that we thought it was going to keep going to the east. But that's why we play PUBG Mobile, the unpredictable zones.
Absolutely, and these zones have really been forcing these teams into the corner, forcing them into very uncomfortable situations. But this is what they have to deal with at PMPL. So far, we'll see what they can do. Lag, they've been quiet. They've been slowly cooking something. We've seen them in those top 5 positions. We've seen them in really advantageous positions, but they haven't been able to turn it into something at least solid. They haven't been able to turn it into winner-winner chicken dinner.
I think we've seen lag as lag at their most passive going into this the game. Because right now they just seem to keep rotating and not taking much of a fight. I feel like Eskano could have taken that fight there, but unfortunately, being caught up between 2 teams, not the best of positions to find yourself. Lag Esports will be down to just 1 to kind of hold down the fort until the rest of the game. Triple Esports, though, around this area, they do find themselves very close to the side of the Mind Weapon.
Very close indeed. The Mind Weapon got so close in that previous map as well to get themselves into those top slots, managing to get themselves into top 4. Looking to do that again, and this time hopefully with a lot more eliminations. They've got Triple Esports right up ahead of them, slowly but surely moving into their territory. IC going to be making that rotation first. Seems like they've sensed something. They got the heebie-jeebies, and now they suddenly do not want any part of this. But Thor is going to be that last member out. We'll wait and see. Does Max actually jump onto this one? Doesn't look like the case. We did say goodbye to Hisk in the meantime as well. So Blackjack, Arab Golden, they can make up back in the lobby, and Blackjack can apologize for taking Arab out so violently.
I think it's just going to be a shake of a truce. Like, okay, you've done yours, I've done mine. We go back
Next
to
time.
we go back to normal now. You know, try to re-sign that treaty. Anyway, trouble on the south as we have quite a number of teams out there. We have Smash Team. We've got the guys there from Wave also around there. URUS Sports find himself there, and that last player there from the World of Battle also in this vicinity. And we've got CRYPTICS just crawling up towards that position. So right now, teams that find themselves in this place have to think about how they're going to solve and, you know, how they're going to survive actually in this point.
It's going to be a tough time. URUS, they've already had to defend their position away from the World of Battle. They lost 2 members in the rotation. Now CRYPTICS going to be the next team up here, trying to take this position away. GREEDYFORKILLS moving on in from the southern side. I mean, take your pick. Smash Esports is here. We still have the World of Battle here. URUS is here. Oh, so many teams in this one small area fighting for supremacy.
The fact that this is not the only good part, this is not the only good position in the circle, makes me wonder what is going on here. Like, why is everyone here in the south, right? Like, there's good positions. Vampires, they're in a good position. RUKH Esports in a good position, you know. Crash onto those positions. These guys are lonely. But now everybody doesn't want the trouble on the south, and the same thing can be said on that southeastern edge as Triple will get started with the mind weapon. They'll have people to find that first knock as he continues up on the push. Thor trying to see if he can fall back a little bit, which is not the play. I'd expect to see more confident play coming through from him, but that fallback would not work. URUS Esports on the third party will be able to grab some third party knocks onto the side of Triple.
Triple Esports, I mean, tough times up ahead of them. They have unfortunately lost a member, but oh, look at this. Now, as the Mind Weapon want to move on in, it is URUS from that reach, from that position everyone seems to be fighting for. They're finding a little bit of opportunity for third parties. So maybe that's why everyone wants that reach, that line of sight into the zone. However, that little mountain that everyone's been fighting for, it's now out of zone. You need to leave.
Yep, they need to leave, and now here comes the task. Greedy do have good positioning of players, which means if they understand how many teams are out here, they might just be able to take them out. But anyway, Van trying to make a rotation into the circle, would go down to Wave Esports, finding out that they're there in a very, very uncomfortable manner.
URUS have sent, unfortunately, the Mind Weapon back into the lobby. Again, that line of sight working out in dividends, but now what do they do as they need to get off of that hilltop and get into the zone? GREEDYFORKILLS, CRYPTICS still alongside them is going to be able to hear this rotation. Of course, GREEDYFORKILLS, I like their position a little bit better because they have that foothold in the zone, right? They have that opportunity to turn on back, to look at all of these teams trying to rotate in from this little mountaintop and take them out before they get there.
Another team on the south gone. It's going to be Smash Team. And right now, I feel like right now we're just going to keep watching which team on the south would go out first. The Chapo would go down, and it looks like the CRYPTICS might just be next as Greedy find themselves on the bottom of the hill looking to play Gatekeeper. Senke, very low on HP, but Rauf is able to get a knock to kind of slow down the tides for the side of Greedy, but it's the last player left for his squad with a mountain to not climb, a mountain to jump off of.
GREEDYFORKILLS trying to fight against CRYPTICS here, and Wave actually trying to take out URUS, and so far they're doing pretty well at that. Nossa is going to let one slip on by. That means potentially a foothold in, but all of a sudden they are going to have a surprise. El Chapo right behind them. Senke, though, has moved on in. Oh, but the reach across again from URUS. The saving angels, the third party to keep GREEDYFORKILLS alive.
Yep, and Rauf is actually doing his best to third party this fight as much as possible, trying to grab as much eliminations. He has to force the jump down, and he has to get into the circle, but I think Greedy spotted that one and its lag to actually steal the elimination from the side there of GREEDYFORKILLS. Wave Esports have heard all of this trouble, and per usual, they're like, we want nothing to do with it. They fall a little bit towards that eastern side, trying to find another way into that circle.
I mean, you have to give it up to URUS, right? They managed to get that little hilltop. They were the ones to take it first, and they've picked up 7 eliminations for all of their troubles. So that little hill definitely was a good spot, but is not the only one. As we can see, TIMEOUT now having to give up some of their compounds. Black Hand moving now in from that northeastern side, right alongside Virtual Gaming, who's been hunkering down here towards the east for such a long time. Pretty much uncontested. Now needing to pick up the pacing, taking shots at GREEDYFORKILLS, and now they will have to deal with Black Hand. This 2-2 split, though, Crowns, I don't know about you, but it makes me nervous. Yes, they have an opportunity to get themselves into center, but with the Black so close up towards them, and Wave now moving into the territory, GREEDYFORKILLS moving into the territory, I would like to see them regroup sooner.
Yeah, especially the fact that RUKH Esports has not really shown us this phase that they can be that team that would hold such split, right? They've not been able to capitalize. They always bite off more than they can chew. So I really like to see them condense it a little bit, try to get closer. Matter of fact, I'm surprised that the side of Vampires have not even pushed up to the side of RUKH Esports just yet. But anyway, Wave Esports in the compounds on the south, looking to stay healthy. Virtual Gaming Sport just around them. What are they going to do about it?
Wave Esports, they have been picking up some eliminations, but now GREEDYFORKILLS moving on in, trying to take it away from them. They've already had their eliminations in the form of CRYPTICS stolen from them because of URUS, and now they will not allow another team to try and do this. They've been taking shots at Virtual Gaming now for so much time. They've been slowly but surely whittling down those HP bars, and now they're going to do the exact same here to Wave.
Yep, we can already see the intro knock coming through from the side of Nosad. Grenades being prepped towards his position. Gaddafi, it is a good one. Would get the knock, chunks up a little bit of an HP, but would not quite find the knock. Virtual Gaming Squad in the background. They hear all of this, but they're kind of focused onto the side there of Black Hand instead. So Greedy, they have this time to take this engagement as Virtual Gaming Squad looking to give the side there of Black Hand a little bit of a tough time. A storm would go down. The revive has to come through up onto Plaza, and RUKH has to hold his end. But that man, he's shown us that he's capable of staying on his own. Getting one knock, he's going to make that two. As Virtual Gaming Squad have to continue up on the push. They cannot fall back now. Koa is back on his feet, but Plaza, we can't say the same about, as he's going to go down.
Oh, all of a sudden, Black Hand, they had the right idea, but now moving on in, they have taken some losses. Unfortunately, they are still picking up the pacing here. Moving on in with two. Greedy for kills here towards the southern side, finding Wave Esports. Wave, they've been running from fight to fight, so I don't think they should be expecting an ambush coming through now from Greedy for Kills, who can really pick up the pacing here and actually just bolster all of their eliminations up into the double digits.
I mean, smokes will be coming through from the side of Wave Esports, but it's a question of will it save them. Nosa trying to hold on his end. The offensive smokes from Wave Esports working quite alright, but we know Nosa. That man is good. He's able to get one player down. He's going to be good for two. Himo on the background is able to find a return knock up onto the side of Favor, but we've got third party coming through in the side of Black Hand. Virtual Gaming Squad is also still in the vicinity. Wave Esports, they've been running, but now they have to fight. They would lose Himo as Nosa is onto something. 4 eliminations to that man alone, and Greedy for Kills already up to 9. Make that 10 elimination, and they would continue with fragging.
I said it, double digits, baby, here for Greedy for Kills. They are bringing in a Miramar that we've seen before, but will it make it all the way to 22 eliminations, or will they cap it off a little bit sooner rather than later? So far, all of the teams have been taking losses as they've been trying to get into this final stage. We're not seeing as healthy of a spread of numbers. Vampires, one of the only teams that still had 4 players left, and now that might be reduced immediately down to 3. RUKH Esports now moving on in, some nades being sent on out. Damage has been dealt, and Vampires are on the back foot.
I feel like it's unfair to be burning Vampires in Miramar because they already have the sun burning them. But RUKH Esports, they do not mind, they do not care. They're coming in from the side from Rami, would get another knock. Savage next in line would fall, and that is going to be a very clean wipe coming through from the side of RUKH Esports. 4 crates all lined up perfectly. Love to see it.
I was just about to say, how clean is that loot? You could just walk on through and pick up whatever you want. But that does mean that for any teams that are still within the surrounding area, all of a sudden the leftover eliminations you can still pick up. That is drastically reduced. That was one of our biggest teams still left. Now it is Greedy for Kills, who still have 3 members up, although that knock moves on in. Reno is down, but all of a sudden Zuxi here to get that revenge, to get those trades.
Question of would they be able to pull it off. They do turn their sights onto the side of Black Hand. Long grenades coming through from Zoxy might just seal the work. Askoa looking to grab that revive up onto RUKH, but Zoxy definitely knows where they are. Doesn't even want to push too close. Does not want to overextend. I think we continue to send those trables to that place. The Renock will come through up onto RUKH as Zoxy continues to send it. This is the Zoxy that we saw in week 1, and that man is pulling up a very cracker of a performance. Koa feels that one so much. RUKH takes a lot of that brunt as the thirst would come through, but Greedy, are they aware? Do they know that things are not quite done on that front?
I don't know. At this point in time, this is looking like the Greedy for Kills that we saw in that previous absolutely insane Miramar. I'm going to say it. Their positioning, they are just looking so much more healthy. They're looking a lot more active. And again, that mental fatigue, maybe that is the play here, because they definitely don't look like they are fatigued. They are staying sharp. They're hitting their shots. And right now, they're moving in from that southern position. Yes, Koa still here. But other than Koa, there's no one else to deal with. The rest of the teams are right up ahead of them.
RUKH Esports, I like what they've done. They decided to go to that southern shift or southern rotation, and then realized that there's Greedy for Kills on that part. They saw a full squad there, and they decided, you know what, let us explore other options. And it's kind of nice to see Rami would get his eye spotted up onto Koa, putting him in a very tough situation, and Zoxy would eventually complete his wonderful 2-piece onto the side there of Black Hand.
RUKH Esports actually just helping out Greedy for Kills now, moving and pushing Koa out into the open, having to push himself into the line side here of Greedy for Kills. Means they're starting to pick up some wild eliminations, already up with 13. And we still have, what, another opportunity for another 3, so we could be seeing a 16-piece?
Ah, Greedy, what have you done? Why is it always on Miramar? Why is it always on the final game of the day? Where do you keep this greedy for kills? Why do we have to wait before we see this? These are the questions that we've got in mind as we look forward to how this 1v2, v3 would end up.
Beautiful kills moving in from that southern side. Again, it is the 2 from RUKH. It is the 1 from Virtual Gaming. One shot, staying in that shack, not looking to get involved anytime soon. Likely not to get involved as soon as Greedy for Kills will find that shot onto RUKH. So then we look. What is this 2v3 going to mean? The 2v1 split, slowly but surely building on the side of Greedy for Kills. See that one side, keeping a keen eye on Virtual Gaming. You can basically think of this as a 3v3 at this point. But Greedy for Kills, they have the high ground. And that's not a pun intended. It's just a simple fact. They have the opportunity here.
High ground, high hand, high numbers advantage. They've got everything right now. And I think it's a situation of them playing it carefully. I like the fact that they've not gotten greedy. They're not living up to the name. Zoxy. Zoxy, come on, don't play 6 eliminations to that man. And the side of greedy, I tell you, you cannot hit a grenade like that and not be as confident as possible. You can already see every other person on the squad. Their energy is high, they're pumped up, ready for this one. But RUKH Esports, though, they've got dirty angles onto the side of greedy for kills. If greedy are not careful, they might just get taken out.
It's really going to come down to this timing. This 2-1 split, though, I still think can work in dividends here for Greedy for Kills. But they're keeping it tight. They do not want to split up. Nossa is going to be spotting out at least a little bit of something happening there towards the southern edge. RUKH Esports, they also have that information. They know where Nossa's hiding. But where's Zuxi? Where's Reno? What are they doing? We need some information here. Greedy for Kills, this compound, the way that they're just moving as a squad, they really are signifying a little bit of something scary here. RUKH Esports, all of a sudden, they might blink and there's 3 players right up ahead of them.
Well, Pusha, I can assure you, you've made a mistake. Standing up to throw that smoke definitely would alert the guys there from Greedy for Kills. Rami would also get spotted by Reno in the meantime. And Greedy now, they have all the information that they need. But Rami has got grenades to speak about. Sending it towards the side of Zoxy would not be able to get the knock. But Nosa looking for that flank, looking for the angle, trying to capitalize as more grenades from the side of RUKH Esports will continue to land for both teams. Not quite able to get any to connect as we're just waiting. They're sending it. And the zone, it's not helping any matters. It's starting to shrink, and it's forcing these 2 teams close to each other. RUKH Esports would lose 1, and it's almost 2 now, as 34 kills would get that elimination and the chicken dinner to complement it.
I told you, Greedy for Kills, last game of the day. It happens to be a Miramar. This is what we have come to expect at this point in time. Greedy for Kills just have that end of the day energy. I'm telling you, I don't know what they're drinking, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe it's the double IGL strat that you're talking about. Maybe they are just relaxing, I guess, doing some breathing exercises in between games. But it's really starting to show in dividends for them. These teams just don't know what to do when Greedy for Kills just step on up.
And just wonder, Greedy for Kills, why have you not been doing this since? We've been waiting for this type of performance, you know? And, you know, them ending on this manner, I really hope going into the next day of this phase, which is in 2 days' time, they will be able to step up their game and start to show us this type of gameplay in every single game.
There's something to show for it. As we said, like in the finals, you're not just playing, you know, your 4 matches, you're playing 6 matches. So if you want to talk about strain that's going to be happening for these teams, those top 16 teams are really going to have to deal with some wild, wild times. But speaking of these wild, wild times, we just had a fantastic Miramar. Let's go take a look at it. Sheesh! I mean, if you want to talk about some explosive action, there is Miramar for you right there and dusted. But this PMPL Africa crowns, I am telling you, If it was not for our fantastic sponsors, we would not be here to witness the greatness.
Yes, sir. And that's why we say a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. What a game that we just saw out here in Miramar. And I just have to point it out, the individual excellence that we saw from the side here of GREEDYFORKILLS in this final game. Mwah.
Chef's kiss, man. They have just brought in a whole different level of competition and a whole different level of match rankings as we're going to take a look at those points to see how many eliminations did they get. Oh, well, there it is. 16 eliminations. They made sure that they were going to get every single last player as soon as they got into top 3.
And I like the fact that they did not rush to get it. They knew they were in the advantage. They knew they had the numbers advantage. They knew where the players were. But then they're like, we know if we send this anyhow, we're actually going to get taken out. And they took their time for that push, and they were able to get themselves 26 points up on board. Like, the difference between them and second place is so far.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you're talking about a 26 down to 4, 22-point difference. Hello, this is what we have to deal with. But it makes sense when you have one single team just reining it in with those eliminations. And then even towards the the bottom of these top 8 standings, we had URUS, like we said, on top of that tiny little mountain that everyone just seemed to grab. Well, this is why. They picked up 7 eliminations just from those third-party angles. Virtual Gaming, Black Hand picking up 6 apiece each. I mean, these teams are definitely adding a lot onto those overall standings. We can take a look at the second page to see what else we have to deal with, but I expect some donuts are going to be shared. Only 2. Again, this is a good, healthy showing. I mean, so far we really haven't seen such a, I guess, such a top-heavy standing. We've only had 1 or 2 teams heading into the donut shop.
Yeah, and I like the fact that every other team is now seeming to be aggressive, trying to find at least one elimination before they get taken out early on in the game, which is nice to see. Smash Team, pretty much one of the only teams on the bottom of the leaderboards that were not quite able to put up numbers. And I'm saying this because Vampires and Virtual Gaming Squad continue to put up numbers on the board that is making things harder and harder, especially when we look at that top 16 position.
Well, we know these match standings going to a close. It means the last map of the day is done and dusted. And now we need to start the conversation as to what those overall standings for this week are starting to look like. We know coming into this day, we had VISTA and Black Hand at the top. We've already confirmed that Titans have taken that slot, but for how much points have they taken that slot? 95 points. But you gotta give it up to VISTA and Black Hand, especially Black Hand, for managing to keep up with the absolutely dominating force that Titans has been showing.
Yep, this is absolutely monstrous. Titans started today with 19 points, and they're closing off the day with 95. I believe that's like 78 points in one day. What is this?
I'm pretty sure it's very close to breaking in a record for 1 day's worth of points into the season alone. Different Titans, man. This is the experience that they've come to show. But Black Hand doing really well, moving up from 56 points to 94 points, managing to stay 1 point behind this wild Titan ride that we've been talking about. But again, we see a few other surprising factors. I mean, RUKH Esports, to see them over here in the 5th position, moving up from 8th. TEAMLAG, unfortunately, dropping off from their 7th position. MEA Esports as well. They're still managing, though, to stay in the top 8, which I like to see. It's good that they're holding on to this. Same can be said for Wave. They've dropped off, but they've stayed here. Also, looking at this, we have to pose that question, is this going to be what we see tomorrow? What is very important for you to notice, and since you called them out in the beginning of Miramar, I'm going to say it. CRYPTICS have moved on down from 4th into who knows where. We'll have to look at the second page.
I mean, I actually was gonna say like, CRYPTICS, where are you? But they're sitting out there on 9th position. Not what I want to see from the CRYPTICS. It only becomes more work when we start to look at heading into the rest of the days that we have here in the phase. GREEDYFORKILLS out there in 10th position, even with that chicken dinner, it wasn't quite able to bump them up too much. But one thing I just want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, if you remember, top 12 is only going to play that VISTA game, and Triple Esports are not in that top 12 bubble.
I mean, for CRYPTICS, it was tough, right? They only picked up 16 points today. 16.
Damn.
They had 32 at the start of the day. So that's only 16 that they're going to be adding to their tally. So you can understand that for some of the rest of the teams that are finding themselves here, it's been a tough ride. GREEDYFORKILLS, they started off the day with 13 points, and now they're sitting here over towards 46. Very, very comfortable into this top slot, but I would not ever say that they're going to be safe. Like you said, top 12, 40 points, 2 points behind them, it's 38. Like it's nothing. This is a couple of games, and then we could be seeing a completely different top 12. So this is good news. It means that we're getting a nice, healthy dose of teams, and we've already got a few new teams in that top 12 if it stays this way. But let's take a look at that last page. 25 points for 16th position to see how the rankings are going to be looking, and 3 points behind them we've got a 17th place team with 22 in the form of Virtual Gaming Squad, then 19, 18, 17. So that's very healthy. I mean, that's just a couple of points, and then you could be finding yourselves in the top 16, maybe even the top 12.
And I'm pretty sure Virtual Gaming Squad will be looking to capitalize on that. They really need to start to get these points up on board. And I'm saying this because more Esports is probably looking at these leaderboards and they're getting very confident because Virtual Gaming Squad, Smash Team, Timeouts, even the Mind Weapon, actually, all teams that are on this bottom 4 actually are the only teams that are finding themselves on top of more Esports on that general ranking. Right, the only team that is there that is not here is Timeout, and ultimately, More Esports have more points than Timeout. So at this point, if these teams don't start to step up by the end of this week, their top 16 slots might just get snatched away from them.
I mean, imagine a story where we say in one single week, a team went from the bottom of the overall standings to a top 16 finish to get themselves a slot in the finals. I'm getting goosebumps as I'm talking about it, but hey, I would be here for the story, especially just to see Mo Esports and their journey into this wild, wild ride. But Crowns, that is going to be our last game for the day. That is going to be the last possible finishing here for day number 2 of our last week of PMPL Africa. So we have to say big shout out to all the viewers who are still sticking around and somehow still awake. We thank you for your presence, and we hope to see you once again on Friday when we come back to see what these teams have in store for us. We'll be there, same time, same place. Can't wait to see you guys. Till then, good night.
نجمة جالاكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان. إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية بصفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يغادر على يد الألعين.